Hi, I'm Mac McGee. Make sure to join us this season on Braves Country Radio. We're bringing you well over 300 ball games, play-by-play, watch party style. We'll bring you the call. You can jump in and join the fun with the rest of the crowd. Talking the game, comments and questions are always welcome. That's Braves Country Radio. Every single Atlanta Braves ball game, over 50 out-of-town games built into our doubleheaders each week, along with even more college football and the NFL for 2026. Once again, we'll bring you all of October. It all gets rolling with our WBC Spring Training and Caribbean Series play-by-play in February and March. We'll see you there on the BCR.
we can finally play the game.
We are live in Tallahassee, the capital of the great state of Florida.
That's Desmond Howard going in motion on 2nd down and 5 for Michigan, playing on real grass at Michigan Stadium. Throw it to the sideline. It is intercepted. Florida State was sitting and waiting for it, and Terrell Buckley has scored a touchdown. How do you do?
Chris Davis takes it in the back of the end zone. He'll run it out to the 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45. There goes Davis. Oh, my God. Davis is going to run it all the way back. Auburn's going to win the football game. Auburn's going to win the...
We're down to the 20, but the bands are out on the field. There were flags all over the place. The most amazing, sensational, dramatic, heart-rending, exciting, thrilling finish in the history of college football.
In trouble in the backfield, wants to throw now, and he's going to go deep. And I mean deep, and I mean touchdown, Florida! Miracle finish. A Hail Mary that's full of grace for the Gators.
Barkley trying to bounce it. And does escape. Saquon Barkley in the clear. Saquon Barkley all the way to the end zone. 79 yards.
It's a 31-30 game, and what does Nebraska do?
I have not seen the kicker come on the field, and I don't think he's coming on the field. Tom Osborne made this decision a long time ago. He's decided to go for 2 and take his shot at winning. I commend him for it.
This is for the national championship for Nebraska.
Here come the Seminoles of Florida State. It's a battle for flagging rights and recruiting advantages in the state of Florida as the Gators come calling, and Chief Osceola ready to get it started in Tallahassee.
Moody flushed, throws it down. Caught by Boston College. I don't believe it.
Today, we've got...
What so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Hyperbole is done. Now we can finally play the game.
We are live in Tallahassee, the capital of the great state of Florida.
That's Desmond Howard going in motion on 2nd down and 5 for Michigan, playing on real grass at Michigan Stadium. Throw it to the sideline. It is intercepted. Florida State was sitting and waiting for it, and Terrell Buckley has scored a touchdown. How do you do?
Chris Davis takes it in the back of the end zone. He'll run it out to the 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45. There goes Davis. Oh, my God. Davis is going to run it all the way back. Auburn's going to win the football game. Auburn's going to win the...
We're down to the 20, but the bands are out on the field. There were flags all over the place. The most amazing, sensational, dramatic, heart-rending, exciting, thrilling finish in the history of college football.
In trouble in the backfield, wants to throw now, and he's going to go deep. And I mean deep. and I mean touchdown, Florida! Miracle finish. A Hail Mary that's full of grace for the Gators.
Barkley trying to bounce it. And does escape. Saquon Barkley in the clear. Saquon Barkley all the way to the end zone. 79 yards.
It's a 31-30 game, and what does
What are they
Nebraska
doing?
do?
I have not seen the kicker come on the field, and I don't think he's coming on the field. Tom Osborne made this decision a long time ago. He's decided to go for two and take his shot at winning. I commend him for it.
This is for the national championship for Nebraska.
Here come the Seminoles of Florida State. It's a battle for flagging rights and recruiting advantages in the state of Florida as the Gators come calling. And Chief Osceola ready to get it started. Tallahassee.
Moody flushed, throws it down. Caught by Boston College. I don't believe it.
Today, we've got
Hi, I'm Mac McGee. Make sure to join us this season on Braves Country Radio. We're bringing you well over 300 ball games, play-by-play, watch party style. We'll bring you the call. You can jump in and join the fun with the rest of the crowd. Talking the game, comments and questions are always welcome. That's Braves Country Radio. Every single Atlanta Braves ball game, over 50 out-of-town games built into our doubleheaders each week, along with even more college football and the NFL for 2026. Once again, we'll bring you all of October. It all gets rolling with our WBC Spring Training and Caribbean Series play-by-play in February and March. We'll see you there on the BCR.
hyperbole is
Come the Seminoles.
Moody flushed.
Good evening. We are set to bring you live Miami versus Indiana national title game in Miami, their home stadium, Hard Rock Stadium, They do have the big edge as that goes. As you look at the field, it looks like a lot of red, which doesn't really shock you because Miami is infamous for not having a strong fan base. When they win, they usually come out of the woodworks, but most of the Miami fans I'm seeing are in one little area. Most of that, you're going to have red and orange, so it's a little hard to decipher, but you can tell the Indiana folks have come loud and come proud. And what's funny is that I'm looking at the pregame, and everybody's picking Miami. So that's interesting. Everybody's picking the Hurricanes. The only one that didn't pick them was Pat McAfee. I'm a little surprised, but 3 of the 4 people on the panel took the Hurricanes. I believe the much better team is Indiana, but they are at home, so take that for what it's worth. We'll see. Rubber's about to meet the road, and we're set to bring you, which should be a very entertaining national title game one way or the other. I do know this. ESPN has been bootlicking the old Miami players. Their entire pregame has been nothing but interviewing people like Michael Irvin and Ray Lewis and whatnot. I mean, they are in rare form. We are just about set. We're going to take a real quick break. When we come back, we'll have play-by-play of Miami versus Indiana, Hoosiers versus the Canes when we return.
If I ask you what time it is, don't tell me about no quarters, nickels, dimes, or pennies. Say the numbers on the clock exactly as they appear. I'm going through a lot of right now. All right? Stress about to take me out. Say the numbers.
How would your husband respond to this, Lynn? Because you say he thinks you're a little less than a great housekeeper.
I'm really fun. And fun people don't clean all the time.
I went to go get a new phone today, and the lady asked me for my Apple ID and password. I'd rather start a new life than hunt that combo down.
Best trash talk that you ever had?
Probably my best was David Wright when I unloaded on him mid-game. I forget how I came over by their dugout, but I remember what I said. I might have been rounding second, and they called the ball foul, and I kind of just like veered by their dugout, and he is unloading on me, like just killing me. You know, he's calling me and all this, stuff, and I just turned around and I was like, you know how tall I am when I stand on my rings? And in front of the entire Mets organization, and I looked right at him, and the entire team was like, they just started busting out laughing. Like, it was awesome. Like, I crushed him. Like, he's like, damn, you're right. He's like, my bad.
Nolan Ryan is a person who prioritizes his family. I mean, he's had a great career, a lot of fame, but he always put his family first.
When we were at home, he was Dad. And then the minute he walked into the clubhouse, he was Nolan Ryan, the competitor. And then he didn't come out of the clubhouse until he was ready to be Dad again. He never brought that home.
His persona is like this giant of a man who's amazing at baseball. You think of him like this tough guy, but he's really sweet and intentional with all of the grandkids. He loves coming to our sporting events, doing everything he can to support us. And also, he just loves the family being together.
What brings you in?
Hey, my butt hurts, like around the entrance.
Around the entrance?
Yeah.
It's an exit, and it's going to keep hurting as long as you keep calling it an entrance.
Oh.
Change the traffic pattern, you'll think.
Welcome back. That's the chant you'll hear when the Hurricanes score. This is the chant you'll hear when the Hurricanes get a first down. And the Hoosiers, when they get a first down. And when they get a touchdown. Our final football broadcast for the 2025-2026 offseason. And we are just about set for play-by-play, Indiana versus Miami. Appreciate everybody who has tuned in here in the offseason. We're getting ready to point towards the baseball season, which is just around the corner. We'll be bringing you the Caribbean Series in the very near future. We've got spring training baseball following that, and of course the WBC, and then we'll be hitting the ground running on March 26th is opening night. Giants versus Yankees will be here. We've got a doubleheader due on that opening day. The Braves have pushed their opening day back a day, so we're doing Red Sox versus the Cincinnati Reds, and that night we're doing Cleveland versus Seattle. And that Friday night on the 27th, it'll be the Atlanta Braves opening their season at home against the Kansas City Royals, and that'll get everything rolling. We'll be bringing you a ton of action in the spring, so go ahead and hit that subscribe and smash the like tonight. As this game will crown another champion in the world of college football. I know it's changed quite a bit since a lot of folks have watched it. It's changed quite a bit since I became a fan. But we are where we are. I don't think the NIL is going anywhere. I just think it'll eventually get fixed. And then after that starts, then you can expect player strikes and everything else in the world of sports. Hurricanes are wearing their all white pants, white jerseys, green lettering and green trim, orange outlined around the letterings and the names, green and orange stripes on the side. As soon as we get the go-ahead from the scoreboard, we'll get that going here as well. Should be kicking in fairly soon. Fairly cool night down here in Miami, but it's not as cold as it is in other parts of the country, so actually a perfect night for football. I think they're expecting it to get down into the 50s tonight. High 50s, low 60s is during the daytime. And they're about to hit their national anthem. We've already played ours, so we're going to go take one more break. When we return, we should be ready to roll. It's Canes versus the Hoosiers. 2026 national title on the line when we return.
My wife was like, "You never listen to anything I say." Well, yeah, because why would I listen to someone who chose an autistic man-child as her husband? Goofy ass.
Whoa, what the hell is that?
10 years ago?
We poisoned you, dude, remember?
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we got really sick.
Get out. Who's to say we didn't put that very same poison in the drinking water?
Oh.
Hey, everybody, relax. He's lying. He doesn't have any poison. No, I don't have any on me, but I do keep some in my fridge at home in the relish jar.
There's poison in that jar? I thought I was allergic to pickles. What's in the jar with the skull and crossbones?
Well, that's mayonnaise. That's a decoy.
And the mayo?
That's shampoo.
You telling me I've been putting shampoo on my sandwiches?
If you're using the mayonnaise, yeah, probably.
I knew I was going to retire at the All-Star break, but I didn't say anything. I think I retired with maybe a week to go in the season. That's when I had my announcement that I wasn't going to come back.
I mean, this is my decision. I had known I didn't want to play anymore. I was ready to accept the fact that I'm not the player I once was. But when you've been doing something for 23 years, 24 years professionally, 20 years in the major leagues, and you say goodbye, it's difficult.
It was emotional, understanding that stage of George's baseball life was coming to an end.
Still, before walking away, there was time for one final farewell in Kansas City.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen. Get a good look at him.
A chance for the fans who he'd thrilled all those years to say thanks.
Hopefully we can have a lot of fun tonight, go out with a bang and spend the rest of my life in Kansas City. Thank you all so much.
Got up and got a base hit my last at-bat.
Well, for a base hit. George Brett has finished with a base hit.
These fans in Kansas City, they love that man.
A salute to George Brett one more time here in Kansas City as he winds up his great career here at Kauffman Stadium.
We haven't collaborated on anything together since we wrote the spring musicale in prep school.
Did get us out of gym class.
December 16th, the Boston Tea Party turned colonial resistance into open defiance in 1773. Tensions had escalated after Britain imposed the Tea Act, allowing the East India Company a monopoly to sell tea directly to the colonies at reduced price, but with a tax, which colonists saw as a violation of their rights. When the Dartmouth, loaded with tea, docked in Boston Harbor, its captain faced an impossible dilemma. Colonial protesters prevented him from unloading, yet the law required him to offload and leave port within 20 days or face seizure of his cargo, for which he would then be financially liable. To save the captain and strike a blow against British authority, the Sons of Liberty, led by Samuel Adams, John Hancock, and Joseph Warren, met at the Old South Meeting House to plan their bold move. The night before the deadline, Paul Revere led a gang dressed as Mohawk warriors to the harbor, boarded the Dartmouth and 2 other ships, and dumped all 342 chests of tea into the water, worth millions in today's dollars. This act of defiance infuriated Parliament, which responded with the coercive acts, punishing Massachusetts but uniting the colonies in their march toward revolution.
Good friend of mine, Hank Bauer. I remember him saying all the time, talking about players that couldn't play in his ear. He should kiss home plate every time he gets to the ballpark. As soon as I saw him, I said, I gotta go kiss home plate. And I did. Then my career was over. Pretty cool.
2 decades with one franchise. Too many hard-to-believe moments to count. In 1999, for George Brett, the sense was that all of it would add up to baseball immortality in Cooperstown.
The night before you get the call, my wife had talked to somebody there. Okay, tomorrow they're going to call between 10 and 11:30. Okay, fine. You know, phone rings about 10:30. I'm, okay, have you heard anything yet? Nope. About 10:45, phone rings. Somebody else calling. 11:45. Nothing. I'm saying to myself, well, how long do I got to sit around here and wait? They might not be calling. I'm not going to sit here all day. 10 minutes later, they called.
Your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. Thank you, Charlie. They are currently finishing the Star Spangled Banner. They sang something before that. I'm not going to guess on what it was, but I think I know, but I didn't actually see it said, so I'm not 100% sure. But they're now doing the national anthem. It looks like that the president is there with his wife. I didn't realize he'd be there for the college football title game, but it seems like he pops up at all the big sporting events. Interesting, they showed Mario Cristobal, the head coach of Miami. His home, where he lives, is about 2.5 miles away from the stadium. So he picked a good spot. Of course, he played college football for the Hurricanes way back when. We're just waiting for the kickoff. As soon as, as soon as the scoreboard lights up, we'll put it on. They had it on a little earlier last time, but it looks like they'll wait until the last of the Mohicans comes through the door. They continue to run ads. Should be a good night as far as the weather. I haven't seen anything in the forecast as far as expecting rain, which is nice because you never know in South Florida. And what do we have, about a little over a week before we go to Braves Fest? We're going to do one last Braves Country today on the Thursday before Braves Fest. So basically just to talk about what to expect at Braves Fest. I'm going to do some research on it and get our ducks in a row. This Friday night we're doing Braves Country Theater. That's 6 o'clock. We'll have that in and out the door within about an hour and a half, 2 hours tops, where we go and find a great game of the past and call it. We'll give you the link on where we're looking at it. So it's best to have 2 devices ready when you're doing this. One to chat along and one to... Charlie actually did a lot of basketball when I was in my younger years in college. We didn't have a football team. We had a baseball team, and we had a basketball team, a men's and women's basketball team. we didn't have a softball team. We just had men's baseball and men's and women's basketball. So I would do double headers on basketball. And when my color commentator wouldn't show up, you talk about draining. Baseball is tough enough to do a doubleheader. But man, basketball on radio was on. I'm probably going to get the. I know it was WVCP, but I can't remember if the numbers were 88.5 or 8. I think it was 88.5. But anyways, there was a few times that folks didn't show up, and I'm calling these games by my lonesome, and you would just be cooked because they only took about 20 to 30 minutes in between the two games. And you can imagine there's so much action in a basketball game, and you don't have a color commentator to dip in and talk and kind of alleviate what's going on. I would just be absolutely spent. Hurricanes are set to come out of the tunnel. They've only showed them in the uniforms yet, all white once again, white helmets, orange stripe, orange and green U on the side. And they're Pelicans about to bring the USA flag out there. Sebastian. I know he's not a Pelican, but I guess I have to give Miami fans a hard time. Indiana's wearing red tops, red helmets, IU interlocking in white stripes down the middle of the helmet with red inside and white pants and white shoes. And we're just about ready for liftoff. And this is going to be fun. This is going to be a head knocker, a rim rocker. And we're going to see, I think the biggest thing that you have to look at in this game over anything else is whether or not Miami's quarterback is going to stand up to the test. Because in games past, even in these playoffs, Carson Beck has gotten away with some really erratic throws. He's not as precise and accurate as Mendoza tends to be, but all it takes is one night to be better than the guy you're playing across, and that's what Miami's hoping for. They've had a relatively easy slate to get here. They played what I think was a down Texas A&M team who had a really bad offense. They won a rock fight there. They beat a good Ohio State team, but Ohio State team had not played in over a month, so there was some rust there. Ohio State outplayed Miami in the second half, but the first half, Miami jumped out on top of them and was able to hold the lead. And then Ole Miss, I think they were playing above their heads, out over their skis, and valiant effort. But in the end, Miami was just too much for them. Mendoza is expected to be the first pick in the draft. Well, the majority of the Indiana players are in the end zone on one knee praying, almost Tim Tebow style. And it looks like a decked-out red wave in this stadium. You do see some orange sprinkled in, but not as much as you would expect considering this is their home stadium. They used to call the Orange Bowl home. They moved to what is now called Hard Rock Stadium a few decades ago. The Orange Bowl was a different kind of atmosphere. If that's where they were playing tonight, I wouldn't even give Indiana a chance, to be honest with you, because that place was electric. But this is a professional stadium, so you get more of that professional atmosphere. Plus, the fans aren't on top of you like they were at the old Orange Bowl. There were some great Orange Bowls, but also some great head-to-head games between Florida State, Miami, and Notre Dame had some good ones. It was a shame when they tore that thing down. That really hurt the overall feeling of a Miami Hurricane football game. Because for those who aren't familiar with it, this stadium's nowhere near the campus. It's about a half hour, depending on traffic, half hour, 45-minute drive. They're about to do the coin toss. As soon as they get that straightened out. Hopefully they'll put the scoreboard up and we'll be ready to roll. Till then, all you're missing is ads about Landman. So we'll go ahead and put a poll up real quick to see who everybody's pulling for. Here we go. It's taking a second for it to load. I don't know what's going on YouTube now. All right, there we go. Poll is up now. Should be able to see it and vote on it and whatnot. I think we're getting close to getting that screen up. Let me see. Did they finally fire it up? Looks like they just about have. We're waiting for it to kick in all together, and then we will put it on the screen and share it for you. Flashing up on the screen. Xavier Lucas will not play for the Hurricanes tonight. We are just about set for the kickoff. Let me go ahead and lift the veil on the screen. And away we go. Indiana set to kick off from their own 35-yard line. Miami set to receive. Here's the kick, high and deep, end over end, towards down to the 1-yard line. The Hurricanes are going to run it out to the 15, the 20, the 25, out to the 28-yard line, and that's where the Miami Hurricanes will start it off. So 1st and 10. Hurricanes. Carson Beck bringing the Hurricanes out there onto the field. 14:55 on the clock. We're going right to left across your radio dial. Pistol formation, man in motion. And here's the snap. Handoff up the middle, and the Canes will push it all the way out for about 7, 8, 9-yard gain. And it'll be 2nd and 1. And the Hurricanes quickly jumping out there with a good game to start the game. Man on the run was Mark Fletcher Jr. It'll be 2nd and 1. See if the Hurricanes may go deep on this one with a down or so to play with. Shotgun formation, man in motion, too high. Single back. Here's the snap. Flips it out to the right side. Hurricanes out there to the right side. Quickly get it out there to their man that they like to get the ball in the hands to, Malachi Toney, the 5'11 wide receiver. He slips out there for a Miami Hurricane first down. First and 10 on the Miami 43-yard line. And here's the shotgun snap. Handoff off to the right-hand side. This time Fletcher's dropped for about a 2-yard gain as he dives down. Pons with the tackle. It'll be 2nd and 8. 13:33 on the clock. If you're just joining us, 0-0 your score. We're going right to left across your radio dial. Carson Beck getting the orders from the sideline. Shotgun formation, ball at the 45-yard line. Single back set, drops back to pass. Looking all day. Only rushing 3. Looking, fires it over the right-hand side. He'll throw it into traffic, but it'll go out of bounds. He was trying to force it out there to Malachi Toney, but he was double covered. It'll be 3rd and 8. Looking at the replay there, Carson Beck really had nowhere to go. And throwing it out of bounds was the best choice. It's just a little too close to the defenders. Sure, they'll talk about that on the sidelines. 13:02 on the clock. Hurricanes with the ball, 3rd and 8. The line to gain is the Indiana 47-yard line. Shotgun formation, double back set. Beck fires it over the middle. The ball's caught by Toney, and Toney's going to get dragged down. It's going to be about a 3 or 4 yard gain. It'll be 4th down and about 4. Will the Hurricanes go for it? Ball is close to midfield. Not quite to midfield. It'll be interesting to see what the decision is here. So 4th, and they're actually going to push it back a half yard. It's 4th and 5, and the Hurricanes are set to punt. Here's the snap, the punt, high and deep, end over end, caught at the 5-yard line. Fair caught. Bad decision by the Hoosiers, and that's where they'll take over there at their own 5-yard line. Jonathan Brady should have let that bounce and take his chances. We'll take a quick break with the action. Mendoza and company, they'll grab the ball when we return. 0-0 your score here in South Beach.
Okay. Are you kidding? That's unfair. She made those. I need to calm down. Everything's fine. I'm an adult.
When I got to Hollywood, my first week, I auditioned for Lou Gehrig, the Babe Ruth Story for NBC. And I went out and auditioned for it, and I got it. And the same week, I was offered a minor league contract by the Pirates. So I called my dad straight off the boat from Ireland. I said, Dad, I've got a dilemma. I go, what is it, son? I got a minor league baseball contract. Oh, wonderful. You've always wanted to be a baseball player. How much are they paying you? I'm like, well, it's like $1,700 signing, but you can work your way. Oh, it's not about the money, son. It's about the money. What's the other thing? I'm like, well, I got offered Lou Gehrig in the Babe Ruth Story. You've always wanted to be an actor. How much are they paying you? And I said, $50,000, and he hung up on me. It was like the greatest advice I had ever gotten. And
don't you ever apologize for being a dum-dum. You can't help it. You come from a long line of dum-dums. Your mama was dumb. Your daddy was dumb. Your brothers, your sisters, your aunties, your uncles. Stupidity runs in your family, baby. It's in your DNA. You just take your dum-dum elsewhere. I don't want no dum-dum rubbing off on me.
My grandmother, we call her Nana Moo.
She's like who I want to be in life. She is the most selfless person I've ever known. She's my idol. I love her.
She's nurturing and supportive, but also the most competitive person I've ever met, which is funny when your grandfather's like arguably the best baseball pitcher of all time to say my grandmother's significantly more competitive.
My mom is definitely the most competitive person in our family.
By far.
My mom was a 1965 state doubles tennis champion. It was really good in my dad's career to have somebody at home that didn't give you the like, oh, that's okay, you lost, Nolan. Really, she pushed him to be the best he could be.
After the games, my adrenaline would be going pretty big. I would want to rehash the games with him, and he did not. That was over and done with. Now I can watch a game and enjoy it more because I'm not just dying with every pitch, and it's not like your livelihood depends on what's going on out there.
Welcome back. Nothing your score. Indiana set to take over at their own 5-yard line. We'll be going left to right across your radio dial. Miami got a first down on their first possession and was forced to punt on a 4th and 5 out around midfield. And then the Hoosiers called for a fair catch at their own 5-yard line. You don't love that I'm sure they're going to talk to Brady during that timeout about that. I mean, you got to let that ball go. You put your feet at the 5-yard line. If they coffin corner it and they can pin it down there inside the 5, hey, you just tip your cap to them. But you got to put it into their corner. So here we go, shotgun formation, single high, single low. Single back, here's the snap, fires it over to the right-hand side. The ball is caught, ducking under a tackle and fighting his way for an Indiana first down. Omar Cooper Jr. with the catch. 6-foot junior out of Indianapolis. He's a hometown kid. A lot of hometown kids on this team. 1st and 10, shotgun formation. 11:50 on the clock. Mendoza, snap, handoff to the right-hand side, running and pushing his way for about a 2 or 3 yard, maybe we'll call it a 2-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and long. Roman Hemby with the carry. Shotgun formation, 2nd and 9. Drops back to pass, fires it over to the right-hand side. The ball's caught, and Hemby gets pushed out of bounds, and that's about a 1-yard gain. It'll be 3rd and long. So after a quick first down, the Hurricanes have bounced back. They're forcing a 3rd and long on the Hoosiers here in the early goings of the first quarter. 3rd and 8. 10:47 and counting on the clock here in the first quarter. 0-0 your score. Shotgun formation, 2 receivers high, 2 low. Single back set. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Looking. He's got it flushed out of the pocket. Running for his life. Fires it down the right-hand side. Incomplete and out of bounds. And the Hurricanes, just like the Hoosiers, force a punt, a 3-and-out after the initial first down gained. Good defense right there by the Hurricanes. Really had nowhere to go, Mendoza. Ball is at the 18-yard line. And here comes the punt attempt. Hurricanes showing return coverage. They're only sending 4. Here's the snap. Kicks it high and deep. Back there to place it is Malachi Tony. He's going to squirt up the middle. They better get a hold on him. He will get out to the 41-yard line of the Hurricanes. There is a flag on the play. Have to clean that up, figure what that's about. See who it is on. I'm trying to figure that one out. The referees, it's going to be a holding call on Miami. So that should be a spot foul. Let's see where they place it. That'll push the Hurricanes back 10 yards. Looked like it happened right at the reception. We'll be back in a flash. Canes with the ball. 0-0 your score in the national title game.
Do you have a few moments for me to tell you about this girl that I hate? I hate her. I hate her with every fiber of my being. If you like internet drama, this is for you. I do afternoons in Seattle, and I also am on air in San Francisco doing middays. And the girl in question that I hate, her name is Tori, and she is also in radio. She is on air in Iowa. And homegirl has tattoos and a nose ring and thinks she is wonderful. And she is wrong. She is horrible on air. She sucks, but don't just take my word for it.
I'm Tori with new music. That was My Only Angel by Aerosmith. Up next, Whole Lotta Rosie by AC/DC is a wild rock anthem. It's about Bon Scott's encounter with a big, bold woman named Rosie. Talk about a legendary backstage story. Rock on.
Tell me about the women at your job that you do not like. She sounds like a robot. Why? Because she's AI. Yeah, she was created by men, for men, and she's not real. They're taking our jobs.
I want dogs to be allowed in more places, and I want children not to be.
I can remember going to Eddie Childs, our owner, and saying, we might have a chance to sign Nolan, but it doesn't appear that he fits in our budget. And Eddie Childs said, you go sign Nolan Ryan, let me worry about where the money's going to come from.
The Texas Rangers have entered into a contract with Nolan Ryan.
There are probably 10 members of the Dallas-Fort Worth media there. Not one of us had a clue. And everybody's kind of looking at each other like, this is great. And then, like in the next breath, it's, wait a minute, how old is Nolan? And now there were no smartphones, so you actually had to go to the books. He's going to be 41. In Houston, they still cuss it. Even today, all these years later, they'll be cussing that.
He was always such a class guy, but you knew when he went to the Rangers, he wanted to John McMullen.
Nothing your score. The Hurricanes. 1st and 10 are on their own 23 after the holding penalty called. Miami set to take over. And as expected, these breaks in between by ESPN are long. I mean, my word. We come out of the breaks and they're still doing 45 seconds of video montages. 10:22 on the clock. 1st and 10. Ball at the 23-yard line. Shotgun formation, 2 receivers high, 1 low, single back set. Here's the snap. Handoff off to the right-hand side. And making his way off to the right for about a 3-yard gain is Fletcher once again. Good start by the Hurricanes. Mark Fletcher Jr. Six foot, 225-pounder. Pistol formation. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle, and this time Fletcher will get stopped for about a 1-yard gain. Really close to the line of scrimmage. Really nothing there. 9:33 on the clock and counting. It'll be 3rd and about 7, maybe 6. They gave him the benefit of the doubt, so it's going to be a long 5. 1 receiver high, 2 low. Offset in the 1 back set shotgun. Here's the snap by Beck. Drops back, looking all day. They only rush 3. Throws it down the middle. Knocked down. Good defensive play out there on the edge by the Indiana Hoosiers. Looked like that was Louis Moore on the play. 5'11" defensive back. 200-pounder out of Mesquite, Texas. Good defensive play. Looks like the main thing that right now that Indiana is doing, we'll see if it changes, but they are willing to drop back into coverage on passing schemes, passing downs. They did the same thing on the last drive. 4th and 5. Here's the punt by Miami. Kicks it high, deep, end over end. Fair catch will be made at the 30-yard line. And the Hoosiers will have much better field position to start this drive. 0-0 your score. Mendoza looking to be the first man to win the Heisman and get drafted #1 overall since 2019, Joe Burrow. Before that, it was Jameis Winston and Cam Newton of the past decade. Shotgun. Mendoza has 3 receivers low, 1 high, single back set. Canes in a 4-3. Here's the snap, drops back to pass, looking, goes out to his right, looking, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Gonna fire it deep down the field, and the ball is knocked out of bounds. Threw it into tight coverage, and it was knocked away by the Canes. Went flying towards the Gatorade bucket. Looked like Miami that was Toure, but there is a flag on the field, and that might be a holding on Indiana. We'll see what it is. We got a holding call, and it is on Indiana, so that'll push them back 10 yards, unless Miami declines it. You'd think they're probably going to accept that. It looks like they do. Number 67, the culprit. For the Indiana Hoosiers. Here's the snap, drops back to pass, fires it over the middle. The ball is caught, 30-yard line. Breaks a tackle, breaks another tackle. He'll get all the way out to the 44-yard line, and that's an Indiana Hoosiers first down. So the holding penalty called on Khalil Benson is made up by that pitch and catch, Omar Cooper with the catch and the broken tackle at about the 35 and squared it all the way out to the 44. Here's the snap. 1st and 10. Handoff up the middle. Diving ahead for about a 5-yard gain, maybe even 6. It'll be 2nd and about 4 or 5 for the Hoosiers. On the play there for the Hoosiers, it was Kalen Black, 5'10" senior out of Virginia Beach. 7:30 on the clock, 7:33 to be exact. 2nd and 4, ball just at the 50-yard line, and flags are flying. It's got to be a false start. That's normally where they come from unless they get a offsides. We'll see what they call it. It is going to be a false start on Indiana, so it'll be 2nd and 9. Indiana keeps shooting themselves in the foot with these penalties. Normally a very disciplined football team, but not tonight. Shotgun formation, 2 receivers high, 1 low. Single back in the backfield. Here's the snap. Play action pass, fires over to the left-hand side. The ball's caught and throwing the stiff arm and very close to an Indiana first down. See if they give it to him. Look like the line judge is going to give him right there. We'll see if they actually do get it. That was Elijah Surratt, receiver out there. He looked a tad short to me, but we'll see where they mark it. Man, they are putting the stiff arms on these Hurricanes so far. They did give him the first down. Of course, that orange pylon's not always accurate. So here we go. Shotgun snap, handoff up the middle, and pounding his way for about a 3-4 yard gain is Hemby. It'll be 2nd and about 6 for the Hoosiers. Roman Hemby out of Edgewood, Maryland. One receiver high, 3 low. Single back set. Shotgun formation. Mendoza clapping and getting the balls. Looks over the middle, fires it over the middle. Ball is caught by number 37 for an Indiana first down. Riley Nowakowski, tight end, Just kind of snuck over the middle. Mendoza found him quickly. 1st and 10 Hoosiers. First and 10, 5:25 on the clock. Here's the snap. Play action, fires over the right-hand side. The ball is caught out there in the flat, steps out of bounds. Momentum carrying him out of bounds, Elijah Surratt. It'll be 2nd down and about 4 or 5 yards. You have those wide hash marks in college football. Sometimes you throw to that short side, there's not much room out there. Shotgun formation, 2nd and 5. Here's the snap. And coming in, hitting and smacks Mendoza, and the ball comes out. I believe it's an incomplete pass. Hurricane defenders are chasing it all over the field, but his arm was definitely going forward. It's 3rd and 5. And someone better get a hat on these blitzers. Coming in on the shot and driving him into the ground for the Hurricanes was Mohamed Torre. So 3rd and 5, 4:51 on the clock. Shotgun formation, single back set. They send a man in motion. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle, pounding his way for an Indiana 1st down. That time the carries by Kalen Black. They continue to rotate their top 2 running backs in and out, keep them fresh. So another 1st down for the Indiana Hoosiers. And they are just inside the red zone, just tucked inside the 20-yard line. They move it a hair back, so it's exactly on the 20 right now, 1st and 10. 4:14 on the clock and counting. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle, and an RPO will get the Indiana Hoosiers about a 2-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and long. Mendoza's got some blood coming out of his mouth, probably from that hit that he took, that blindside hit. Oh no, it was a hit by one of the Miami defenders. He came up and laid him right underneath the chin. And Miami's got to be careful on that because that could draw a foul in today's football. Shotgun formation, ball at the 18-yard line. Here's the snap. Play action. No, he's going to keep it and tuck it down for about a 2-yard gain. It will be 3rd down, and about 6 to go. Line to gain is at the 10-yard line. They're sitting right about the 16. Third and 6. Shotgun formation, 3 receivers high. Here's the snap. Looks back to the right side. Goes towards the end zone. And that ball's going to fall incomplete. You had a 50-50 ball there in the back of the end zone. Good defensive play out there in the quarter of the end zone by Miami's O.J. Frederick. Mendoza was looking for Charlie Becker in the back of the end zone, could not find him. So the Hoosiers will set up for a field goal attempt. This will be a 35-yard attempt. Here's the snap. The kick is up, and it slides in just good. Becker puts the Hoosiers out on top. 2:42 on the clock. 3-0 your score. The Miami Hurricanes bend but don't break defense. We'll be back in a flash. Miami gets the ball when we return.
My math is when he complains that you take too long to get ready, but he spends an hour on the toilet pooing.
All right, Brian, we have to talk about the customer service complaint that came through last week with the client on their delayed shipment.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So I
told them I would brainstorm and circle back with them.
But no, they sent over your email to them, and it said Brian Storm, which I know you keep making that mistake pretty often.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, it's getting old. It's not professional to communicate that way with clients.
Kate keeps calling me Brain in email, so I feel like I just messed up.
It's not appropriate to blame Kate in this situation.
I can connect with Kate. I think I still have a lot to learn from her, but
I think you have a lot to learn about a lot. And we'll talk next week, okay?
Yeah, we'll brainstorm some ideas of what we can think about for...
See, this is what I'm saying is inappropriate.
He levels the bat a couple of times. Shao kicks and he fires. Rose swings. There it is! There it is! Get out! Get out! All right! Hit number 4192. A line drive single into left center field. A clean base hit.
On September 11th, 1985, 44-year-old Pete Rose, now back with Cincinnati and managing as well as playing, got still another single and overcame Ty Cobb's lifetime record of 4,191 hits.
For Pete Rose, this certainly his crowning achievement. Just breathe it in. Boy, this is his game, it's his town, and it is his moment. This is one of the all-time great moments.
For a public tired of reading about the business of baseball, Pete Rose's triumph came not a moment too soon.
Welcome back. Indiana leads the game 3-0. Still here in the early going. We're in the first quarter. Miami set to receive the kickoff. 2:35 on the clock here in the first. I'm not really sure what Mendoza was doing on that. You got the busted lip, and it looks cool and everything, and Cignetti, his head coach, is complaining, but realistically, he engaged in that block, so he has no one to point the finger at but himself. Here's the kickoff, high and deep, end over end, and it'll be returned out from the 2-yard line, and Miami will rip it out to the 25, we'll say the 26-yard line. Good return by the Canes. They'll take over, trailing by 3. We're here in Miami, close to South Beach, Hard Rock Stadium, for the 2026 College Football National Championship. Yeah, I'm sure you Braves fans saw the post we put up about Ha-Seong Kim. They said that he was slipped on some ice in Korea where he was at. It was funny, there were some fans all over complaints of, what was he doing in Korea? That's where he's from. That's where he lives in the off season. But I'm just hoping they did their due diligence and checked him out before they signed the contract. I'm sure they did, but B, verify how that came about, because if he was out there playing hockey or something, then you can void the contract. But if it's just an honest accident, they'll have to pay it. But it really puts Atlanta behind the 8 ball to start the season. They can put Dubon at short and look for a cheap backup on the bench, and I think that's what they'll do. There's not really a solution to go get somebody else to play shortstop, but he's expected to miss. Your starting everyday shortstop is expected to miss somewhere in the neighborhood of come back somewhere around June. Now, my guess is how slow they always do this with Atlanta, and I've had problems with their training staff for years about how much slower it is for our guys to come back than others. My guess is we may not see him till the All-Star break. Hopefully that's not the case. They did say 4 to 5 months. It would be great if it's a 4-month If it's on the early end of the 4-month, that's really not that bad. At that point, you're talking about May. Mid to late May. And at that point, you can piece it together the first couple of months without your starting shortstop. When you start talking about a much longer injury, then you're just going to put that much more stress. And the idea behind their entire offseason this year was to get depth. And they had depth, and already they've lost a man. $3-0 your score. We're waiting for them to come back. Long timeouts. Miami has the ball at their own 26-yard line. 2 receivers high, single back set pistol formation. And now Fletcher comes even. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass, fires it over the right-hand side. The ball's tipped and almost intercepted. Somehow, some way that ball fell to the ground. Out there on the edge, almost making the interception, was Aiden Fisher, the linebacker for the Hoosiers. And making the play, Alex Bauman, the tight end for the Hurricanes, almost came up with that circus catch as it was tipped up in the air. But as he was trying to catch the ball, he got thwacked by Louis Moore. Shotgun formation, 2nd and 10. Here's the snap. Beck drops back to pass, fires over the right-hand side. Ball is knocked down, blanketed out there on the edge by number 5, D'Angelo Pons. Second time he's made a big play tonight. Pons, a junior out of Miami, Florida, so he's from the area, and he's expected to be a high draft pick, as are a lot of these Hoosiers. He had C.J. Daniels locked up. So 3rd and 10 now, 2:27 on the clock. Shotgun formation, 1 receiver high, 3 low, single back set. Here's the snap. Indiana bringing pressure up the middle, and they're going to have him. They're going to sack him. They're going to drag Beck to the ground, and that's a big-time Indiana sack. 4th down, coming in, blowing up the play for the Hoosiers was Aiden Fisher. He was in on that almost interception tip just a couple of plays ago. He is active tonight. Wow. They hadn't shown a lot of pressure, and they snuck it in at the right time there, and Beck was flat-footed like a deer in the headlights. Here's the snap, the punt, high, deep, end over end, and Hoosiers were coming for it. The ball's going to roll all the way down to the 26-yard line of Indiana, so a good friendly bounce. It bounced, hit the ground at the 40 and rolled 14 yards in the direction of the Hoosiers end zone. And that's where Indiana will take over when we return. Hoosiers 3, Canes nothing. We're just getting going in the national title game here, 2026.
You think there's ever been a time in history where a girl's been talking and she thinks, hey, maybe I should shut the up. Maybe instead of saying this, I should shut the up.
Hit in the air. Yount makes a great catch, and Juan Diaz has thrown the first no-hitter in Milwaukee Brewer history. What else can happen to this team? Juan Diaz has no-hit the Baltimore Orioles on a great game-ending catch by Robin Yount.
We are back. Here's the snap, handoff off to the left-hand side, and the Miami Hurricanes had that sniffed out. It's going to be about a 4 or 5 yard loss. They tried with the sweep on the outside, and Hemby had nowhere to go. Reuben Bain Jr. blew it up on the inside track and dropped him to the ground. So second, they're going to call it 2nd and 16, push it back to the 21-yard line. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. And handoff up the middle. That's nothing doing. Maybe a 1 yard gain. It'll be 3rd down and long. So Bad start to this possession by the Hoosiers, and they'll have a long way to go here, leading by 3. .36 seconds on the clock before we hit the second quarter. 15 on the on the play clock. Mendoza comes set. One back set, 3 receivers low, 1 high. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Flips it out to the right side. It's going to be a screen pass. And Hemby will work his way for about a 3-4 yard gain. It'll be 4th down and very long, 4th and almost 10. He got very close back to the original line of scrimmage, but that's going to end the quarter, and that's going to end the possession. When we come back, Indiana will be punting. We're at the end of the first quarter. Indiana 3, Miami nothing. National title game in South Beach.
It's okay to be white. It's okay to be black. It's okay to be straight. It's okay to be gay. It's okay to be you. But it's never okay to stop at a yellow light when we both should have made it, bitch.
You know, one of the best things about being an ex-big leaguer is getting freebies to the game. Call the front office, bingo. And once these fans recognize me, I probably won't even have to pay for my light beer from Miller. Down it, I love them. These fans know I drink light because it's less filling and it tastes great. Good seats, huh?
You're in the wrong seat, buddy. Come on.
Oh, I must be in the front row.
Come on.
Seats, hey, buddy. He missed the tag. He missed the tag.
The 9 greatest third basemen. No position in baseball sizzles quite like the hot corner. So let's meet the best third baseman of all time, beginning with number 9. During a 5-year stretch starting in 1910, the Philadelphia Athletics captured 4 pennants and won 3 World Series.
The A's of 1910 to 14 were one of the greatest teams in baseball history.
The infielders on this team, one of baseball's first modern-era dynasties, were so good they were called the $100,000 infield. Manning third in this pricey unit was Frank Home Run Baker, who from 1911 through 14 was among the most feared power hitters in baseball.
During those 4 seasons, he led the league in home runs. He led the league in RBI. He was 4th in total bases. He was 5th in times reaching base. And for good measure, he was also 7th in stolen bases.
He was a power guy in an era that didn't really favor power.
He became known as Home Run Baker not because of his continuing accomplishments, but for 2 swings of the bat in the 1911 World Series, when he hit home runs in successive games against Rube Marquardt and then Christy Mathewson. The first won the game, the second tied the game. He was the key to the Philadelphia Athletics championships.
Yeah, I'd like to bet $100.
You want to pick a team?
No, just take it.
Welcome back. We'll bring you our 3rd annual Salute to Baseball on Super Bowl Sunday. That'll be dropping Sunday morning, so got something to drink your coffee, get ready for Super Bowl Sunday. This year we're going to play some of the great clips in MLB history, some of the best calls in radio and in television. That'll be Super Bowl Sunday here on Braves Country Radio. Three 3-0 your scores. We start the second quarter. Indiana set to punt. It'll be 4th and about 11. We're going right to left across your radio dial. Here's the snap. Kick is up, high, deep end over end. Ball caught at the 27-yard line. Miami set to return it, and Tony falls down. Did he keep his balance? He's running up the left-hand side. I thought he had hit the ground. He's going to take it out to the 42-yard line. Have to take another look at that. I don't know how he kept his balance if he was able to do so. Take another look at that. Oh, yeah. He did hit the ground. His wallet touched the ground. I don't know why they didn't blow it dead, but I'm sure they'll take a look at that and push it back. But nonetheless, it'll be 1st and 10 for the Hurricanes. That'll move the ball back about 12, 13 yards or so. Can't blame a guy for trying. So they did get that cleaned up. Miami will march back, and it's 1st and 10. They'll be trying to get the ball into Tony's hand. Malachi Tony, one of the most explosive players in all of football. Not a big guy. 5'11", just over 170 pounds. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle, and Miami will push their way for about a 1-yard gain. It'll be 2nd long. They're not getting a ton of room there on the running game, but they have to continue to run that ball. You can't just abandon the run and let the Indiana defense pin their ears back. Shotgun formation, 2 receivers high, 3 low. Empty backfield. Here's the snap. And Beck all time throws it off to the right-hand side. The ball is caught, spinning around. It's going to be about 2 yards short. It'll be 3rd down for the Hurricanes. C.J. Daniels on the catch. Here's the handoff up the middle, and Miami's going to be stopped for what I think he got right back to the line of scrimmage. That's where they're marking. It's going to be 4th and 2. So it'll be interesting to see because Miami tends to go for it, but on this side of their 50, that seems like fool's gold to try to go for a 4th and 2, and it does look like they're going to bring the punt team out. That doesn't mean they're going to punt, but they're going to bring the team out. We've seen earlier in the year. They're just not getting a lot of running room up there. Miami's offensive line is one of the better in the country, but they're really of a passing variety. Here's the snap. The punt will go towards the Indiana side, and fair caught at the 15-yard line, and that's where Indiana will take over. That time a good decision by Indiana, by Jonathan Brady to make the fair catch. Didn't want that go any further, so it'll be 1st and 10 Indiana Hoosiers. They lead it 3-0, and we'll be back in a flash. Canes and Hoosiers in the Natty.
Give me your money. I'll keep it safe for you. And that's how my mom was the first scammer that I ever met. My mom, she's been scamming that I know of since 94 at least.
So when we wanted to see the brain, we invented an MRI. When we wanted to see your bones, we invented an X-ray. When we wanted to see a fetus in the womb, we invented an ultrasound. So why the finger in my ass? Huh? Couldn't invent something for that? All these other cool tools? But when it comes to this, you're like, bite the pillow, little Johnny. Woo!
What's your secret to looking unbothered?
I stopped expecting life to be fair. Peace ever since.
How do you stay positive?
I don't. I stay realistic.
Any advice for life?
Don't talk too much.
How do you stay calm in bad situations?
Emotional damage from childhood. We are built for chaos.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Alive, hopefully.
In that first game, Nolan was struggling a bit. Bobby sent me out. I said, Nolan, how you doing? He said, Tom, I'm doing horseshit, but it's way better than what you got warming up in that bullpen. Get the hell off my mound. So I did. Bobby said, what did he say? I said, Bobby, you don't want to know.
I took a lot of pride in the fact that I was still able to compete on that level at that age.
That time was the perfect storm, so to say. We had the best of old school and everything that Nolan represented, and the best of the new school, which was technology and science.
We were filming Nolan with the little balls all over his body in a 3D environment to try to figure out the best way to throw, the best way to be conditioned.
And just pull the books. He was actually a better pitcher from age 39 to 46 than at any time in his career.
One of my favorite dangerous games to play. I'm just taking a whole list of things I should do tonight and convince myself I'm going to wake up early and do them in the morning instead.
Welcome back. 3-0 your score. Indiana will take over at their own 15-yard line. There's 12:57 on the clock. For those of y'all going to Braves Fest, Stevie-O, you should have went, man. I don't think you're planning on going, but you should have went. See that they're going to have a dinner Saturday night for Brian Snicker at the ATL 400 Club. I'd never heard of it, but I'm not going this year. But I wouldn't mind doing it somewhere down the road. But they're, oh man, they just AI'd the most interesting man in the world. I just saw a commercial. He looks younger than he was 20 years ago when he was doing his commercials. Anyways, they're going to be doing a dinner for Brian Snicker. And if I'd have known about it, I may have done it. So evidently you get a discount on your hotel room if you go to it. Here's the snap, handoff of and fake. It's a play action pass over to the left-hand side. The ball is caught, and Indiana pushes her away for a first down. Good pitch and catch. Catch made out there on the side by Elijah Sarrett. A good pass by Mendoza. It's 1st and 10. Care much more about the hyping than the liking these days. Shotgun formation, 2 receivers high, and here's the snap. Flips it out to the middle of the field. The ball is, it's going to be dropped. It's going to be 2nd and 10. Good defensive play out there on the edge. Knocked down by O.J. Frederick. He's had a couple of good plays tonight. Shotgun formation. Mendoza fires back, makes the catch, and dips underneath one of the defenders, and now he's going to push his way out very close to a first down. He carried 3-4 Miami Hurricanes with him. It's going to be 3rd down and very short. Trying to get the number on that play. Oh, that was the big tight end once again. He'll throw you off because he wears number 37. But Nowakowski with the 2nd catch of the night. Dipped under to the defender. And here we go. 3rd and 1. Ball at the Indiana 37-yard line. Shotgun formation, handoff up the middle, and pushing his way, prodding his way, spinning and turning, and that's going to be an Indiana first down. Get the ball out to about the 40-yard line. Good run on the play by Kalen Black. He's had a few touches in this game. Pistol set, 1st and 10. Here's the snap, handoff off to the left-hand side, pounding his way for about a 1.5-yard gain. Hemby looked to have an open field to run, but he was thwacked right there at the line of scrimmage. Canes bringing the pressure in, making the tackle on the inside was Wesley Bissaint. Two receivers high, man in motion, single back set. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle, and pushing his way up for about a 2, maybe 3-yard gain. Once again, Roman Hemby, and it'll be 3rd down and manageable. Be about 6 yards to go. Here's the snap. Mendoza fires it over to the left-hand side, and the ball is knocked down, and the Canes are going. Now they're going to get a flag out. The flag goes flying. See what the play was. Looked like they were locked up, but you'd have to see the replay to see what the call what the reasoning for the call is. It is on the Hurricanes pass interference. And looking at the replay, I'd have to say at some point you got to let the kids play. That was kind of a ticky-tack call, but in college football, well, it's probably more of a hold than it was a pass interference. Earlier in the play, they had a whole fistful of jersey and was yanking them away. By the time the ball went airborne, it was a pretty fair fight. But nonetheless, 1st and 10, ball at the 46-yard line of Miami. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle. It's going to get dropped for about a 3-4 yard loss. Canes in there getting pressure on the play. Miami blowing it up. Ahmad Moten Sr. It's going to be 2nd and long for the Hoosiers. Never a good sign when you're a senior in college. Senior on your name in college. Things have not gone as planned. 2nd and 14, 9:35 on the clock. Man in motion. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle, and nothing doing once again. Indiana's just pounding the rock, hoping for something to break open, but it'll be 3rd and long. So 3rd and long. They have flipped the field, so if they don't get the first down here, you could punt to try to pin Miami deep. .908 on the clock. The clock is stopped. It's not I think it's an injury timeout. They're not showing it on the screen quite yet. They're going to take a quick break, so there must be an injury that they do not want to show. We'll be back in a flash. It's 3-0 Indiana. 3rd and long when we return.
Once I get drunk and I start looking around and I say, I don't know why people can't say excuse me. Take me home. Take me home or I'm going to end the night in jail, please.
Guess the word.
Okay.
Every successful manager is a great what?
Liar.
Leader.
Oh.
Employees release stress through what?
Alcohol.
Adventure.
Oh.
People having what enjoys work from office?
Affair.
Ambition.
Oh.
Appraisals are based on what?
Politics.
Performance.
Oh.
Every job teaches you about what?
Determination.
Depression.
Oh.
Well, I don't want no more of your racial jokes around here because I can't stand people who are always knocking minorities.
You better get down here. I can't stand being with this guy alone.
For reckless discharge of a firearm causing injury, this court sentences you to 4 months in county jail. Any words, miss?
He was hollering at me and I was hollering back, and the gun just popped on its own on accident. It wasn't that bad. He limping, not dying.
Well, I have 2 books here. We list alphabetically the strikeouts. From Hank Aaron, who he struck out 4 times, to Paul Zavella, who he struck out once. Claudel Washington sits at the top at 39, and he struck out 61 players 15 or more times, 27 Hall of Famers, 7 father and son combinations, brothers, the 3 Alous, Felipe, Jesus, Matty Alou, Joe and Phil Necro, and Cal and Bill Ripken. Just, Hall of Famers just all over the map.
My brother Billy and I would laugh. We're on his list. I faced him when they said he didn't throw hard. So he was throwing as hard as anybody in the league.
Welcome back. 3rd and long for the Hoosiers. They're across midfield. $3-0 your score to Indiana leads. Indiana scored a field goal on their 2nd possession of the game. Other than that, we've been trading punts. So 3rd and 13, they're going to call it. 9:08 on the clock. Ball at the 48-yard line of Miami. Shotgun formation, too high, too low. Single back set. Here's the snap. Looked like someone jumped, throws down deep down the field, high and over the outreach hands, but there is a flag on the play. I think we're going to get an offsides. They are picking Mendoza up off the turf. Make sure that wasn't a late hit as well. Let's see what the call is. Yeah, it is offside, so it'll be 3rd and about 8 now. Mendoza hasn't looked really crisp so far. A couple of high throws here to start the game. He has had pressure on him, so I'm sure that has played into it. Two Miami defenders jumped off. I think they're going to mark it on Ruben Bain. He had help in that situation. So, 3rd and 8. Ball at the 43-yard line, shotgun formation, handoff up the middle, rolling right up the gut, right down the pipe and all the way down to the 20-yard line. It's Indiana Hoosiers, first down. I was just about to say it's really closer to 7 yards, not 8. They had 8 on the screen, but looking at it, it looked much closer to 7. And you'd have to look out for the run there. But nonetheless, shotgun formation flips it out to the right-hand side. The ball is caught, spinning around for about a 3-yard gain. Good tackle out there on the edge. A solo tackle. The catch is made by Amari Cooper Jr. They'll keep it rolling. So, shotgun formation, single back set, 2nd and 7, ball at the 20. Play action pass fires over the right-hand side. The ball's caught and down to the 5-4-3. Did he get in? They got their arms up. Touchdown, Hoosiers! Thought he was stepping out of bounds. Might have to take another look at that. If not, that is about a 20-yard pitch and catch out there on the edge. Taking another look at it right now as we speak. Yeah, his foot stepped out at the 6-yard line. I'm sure they're going to clean that up, or at least it looked like it did from the side. Not getting a straight view, but they will take a look at that. So most likely it's going to be a 1st and goal at the 6. I thought he looked like he was so close, but it's hard to tell when you're from the far side of the field. I think they'll take those 6 points off the board, but it'll be 1st and goal. They are reviewing it right now. And a few of the Miami defensive players are getting into it with each other. Finger pointing starting. Coaching staff trying to calm him down over there. It definitely looks like his right foot stepped out at the 6-yard line. You got to realize the difference in college and pro football. They don't have as many, and they don't have as experienced referees as they do in the National Football League. So you'll get some questionable calls. His foot definitely stepped out. So they'll clean that up. It'll be 1st and goal. The ball's at the 6-yard line, and Indiana knocking on the door. They really just gave everybody a timeout. So the Hurricanes defense will get realigned. So here we go. Shotgun formation, single back set. Here's the snap, man in motion, and Mendoza hands it off and up the middle, about a 1-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down and goal from about the 5-yard line. Big scrum pushing each other left and right, but nowhere to go. Really tight windows down here once you get to the goal line. You know Indiana's looking for 7. not 3 this time. You're close enough now where if it's very close on a 4th down, you would probably go for it and pin Miami deep. 2nd and goal, ball at the 5-yard line, just inside the 5, outside the 4. Mendoza, single back set. Here's the handoff up the middle and pounding his way for about all the way down to the 1-yard line, spinning like a top and flipping the ball out there. Kalen Black is about a yard short. It'll be 3rd and goal. So will they do some kind of a tush-push QB sneak or some trickeration in the books? 6:30 and counting. We're going right to left across your radio dial. Hoosiers knocking on the door at the 1-yard line of the Canes. I formation, and we're getting is this a timeout? Miami's going to call a timeout. Really strange there. The referees were taking forever to let Indiana get to the ball, and they bought Miami some time, so Miami called it a timeout. Cristobal didn't like what he saw. I think this will be the 30-second variety, so we'll stick with you right here. Well, it looks like they're taking an actual commercial break, but we'll stick right here with you. So yeah, that dinner that they have at the Atlanta 400 Club, it's a club that's been around since before the Braves were in Atlanta. They helped bring the Braves to Atlanta. And I guess they do an annual dinner there every year. And I think they said the prices for the tickets are $200 per head, but you also get a discount on your hotel room. But I didn't know about this until just recently, so I wasn't going through all the rigmarole of having to change hotel accommodations and everything. But it's an interesting thing that maybe down the line we're going to honor Brian Snicker this year. They said that every year they pick somebody to honor. I don't know how far in advance they let everybody know. So 3-0 your score. Indiana's got the ball. We're in a timeout. And the Hurricanes will try to come up with a plan to keep Indiana from getting that 1 yard. Three 3-0 your score. Looking at the game so far, Mendoza 11 of 15 for 104 yards. Kalen Black 7 carries of 43 yards. Hemby with 8 carries of just 1 yard. He's getting cut behind the line a few times. He does have 5 yards receiving. So here we go, 3rd and goal, 6:17 on the clock. The ball at the 1. Mendoza under center, handoff up the middle, pushing, prodding his way, diving ahead. That's an Indiana Hoosiers touchdown. Noah Kowski, we've called his name a couple of times, the tight end. He was playing fullback in that play. They handed it off to him, and he just kind of scooted his way through and put the first touchdown on the board in this national title game. 10-0 your score. 6:44 on the clock. 6:44 on the drive. 6:13 on the clock. here's the extra point pending. 9-0 your score. The kick is up. The kick is good. And 10-0 your score. The Hoosiers with the lead. The Canes will get the ball when we return down here in South Beach.
Don't you think that the human brain is an amazing thing? I wish everyone had one.
I want to work out. I do. It's just my sister is bald-headed. Like, she ain't got no hair at all.
Okay, I hope you're sitting down because I'm about to blow your mind. I'm white. I'm of the Caucasian persuasion, and unfortunately for so many of us, we lack in the upper. Look like Fire Marshal Bill.
One day you're going to wake up and roll over next to somebody that's completely obsessed with you. It's probably going to be a dog, but it is what it is.
Origin of the phrase dilly-dally. That's quite an easy one. That comes from the Middle Ages. And there used to be a word called dally, which meant to chat, just to gossip and chat idly. And that's where it originated from.
Welcome back. Kickoff is high and deep and in and out of the end zone of the Miami Hurricanes, and they'll set up shot up at their own 25-yard line. 10-0 your score. Indiana with the lead. .6:13 on the clock. We're going left to right across your radio dial. Miami in a tight formation. Tony down on the right side. Pistol set. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle, and Fletcher fighting and pushing his way, and that's going to be a 5-yard gain. 2nd and 5, so the Canes finding a way to push the scrum forward. Maybe get something going on the ground game. Some pushing and shoving between Indiana and Miami. Let's see who that was. I believe that was Tyron Burris that was pointing at Miami. I think he was accusing him of somebody of a cheap shot, but we're not showing the replay, so not really sure what happened there. 2nd and 5, 5:30 on the clock and counting. Indiana leading 10-0, second quarter. Beck, another bunch set. And here's the snap, handoff up the middle, and tripped up, but diving his way for about a 3-4 yard gain as Fletcher will be third and very short, maybe one. Got tripped up on the play. Looked like a leg whip, but I don't think it was an intentional, so they didn't get a call. Just rolling over. Jones rolled over and tripped him up with his leg, but it was not a whipping action, so no penalty. 3rd and 1, ball 34-yard line. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle, and stopped. He is stopped, dropped for a 1-yard loss, and the Hurricanes run the ball 3 consecutive plays. It's 4th and 2. Will they go for it? Beck started to walk off the field, and now he's turning back like they may be going for it. Would this not be a huge, huge gamble early in the game? Indiana was sitting there in the back of the backfield. It's going to be 4th and a very long one. It looks like Miami's going to try to go for it. Now, they could just be trying to call them off sides, but this is a huge gamble. 4th and 1. Here's the snap up the middle and stopped. Is he pushing? He's pushing. He's right there. It's going to be really close. Really close. The Indiana faithful believe they've stopped him. Miami says, no, we got it. It is going to be, you're going to be able to slide an index card. They're giving him a first down. Signetti wants a measurement. See where they got him out to. Looking at the replay, it looks like, he just dove across. It was a 2nd and 3rd effort. And actually, the Indiana man that hit him hit Fletcher might have been the one that actually pushed him through. So 1st and 10, just outside the 35-yard line. Shotgun snap, hands it, fires it over the middle, and wide open there on the right side, and that's a Miami Hurricane first down. C.J. Daniels with the catch. And a big, big gain as the Hurricanes cross into Hoosier territory. That ball will be down to the 40-yard line of Indiana. Trying to set that running game up to give Beck a chance to catch his breath. It's a ball at the 40. Shotgun snap. Beck flips it out to the left side. Tony catches it. He will be bottled up for about a 2-yard gain. It'll be second long. Can you imagine if they did not get that first down? They would have been turning that ball over inside, deep in their own territory, trailing by 10, and then giving Indiana a chance to take a commanding lead going to the half. That was a big, big first down by Miami. 2nd and 8, 2:10 on the clock and counting. It goes to wind down. Beck, 2:02, 2:01, and he will not get the snap off, as that'll be the 2-minute warning. We'll take the timeout with them. 10-0 your score, Indiana with the lead, but Miami on the march when we return. Here in South Beach, we got a good one brewing. Canes and Hoosiers.
I love when my friends who know I'm an introvert are like, why aren't you coming out with us? Because I'm stopping me from ruining your evening. That's why. I gotta be honest, I thought this was out. Dinner and drinks. I'm shocked I made it this far. I gotta drive home at the speed limit in silence because this overwhelmed me. You don't want me out right now. Where are you going? Some bar where it feels like the whole place is being lit with one night light, bathroom mirrors kicked in, bartender's name is Drill Bit, everything is sticky. No, I'm good. Don't invite the friend who's like, are there going to be people there? You don't want them there. Trust me.
Well, ESPN made the choice. First of all, they did a great job of building population that built ESPN, and that was by entertaining, educating, and informing the viewer. And that was our goal, and that was the objective, and that's why they hired me. After about 21 years there, they changed. Then they doubled down, and this is when they completely committed and changed. And they talked about, we want to debate and argue. That has been their goal for nearly a decade: debate and argue. Do you have to know? All you have to know is how to debate and argue. Do you have to know your information? No, actually, the more ignorant you are, probably the better you are going to be in debating and arguing.
Records are meant to be broken, but not this one. Tonight, Nolan Ryan went after career strikeout number 5,000.
The spotlight of the baseball world is on this man tonight, Nolan Ryan. 4,994 strikeouts in his 22nd year in the major league.
When I introduced Nolan Ryan as the starting pitcher, and on the mound for the Rangers, number 34, Nolan. And that's about as far as anybody would hear, because by that time the crowd's roaring.
Well, something's up in baseball when the president's office calls during the day of the game to get the coordinates for the satellite transmission so that the president on vacation can watch. And here is by far the easiest Oakland hitter to strike out. He strikes out about 1 every 3 times.
Welcome back. We haven't told you recently, don't click on those spam bots. All they're trying to do is get your information. We try to delete them as quickly as they can. I think I see them a split second later than the mods, but I always go in and clean it up and ban them, but they just continue to create new ones. 10-0 your score. Miami has the ball across midfield. 2 minutes left here in the second quarter. Hurricanes 2nd and 8. Just inside the 40 of Indiana. Here's the snap, handoff to Fletcher, and he'll get dropped right there at the line of scrimmage. Pollins once again making a big play. It'll be 3rd and 8. So 3rd and 8, you got to figure this is 4-down territory. If you went for it on 4th down to your own 30, you might go for it. Unless they lose a bunch of yards on this play, you would think that they would probably go for it on 4th down. So 2 downs to get 8 yards. Shotgun formation, 2 receivers high, 1 low. H-back in a single back formation. Man in motion is Tony. Here's the snap, flips it out to the left side. The ball's caught, and it'll be 4th down and about 2.5. And I would think Miami's going to go for this. They could kick a long field goal, but it looks like they're keeping the offense out there on the field. 1:09 and counting on the clock. Indiana has 2 timeouts. Miami 2 timeouts. Miami continues to let the clock wind down, so you wonder if there might be some cat and mouse here. Now, Cristobal could be waiting for the clock to wind down so that if he does decide to punt or try to kick a field goal and it doesn't work, he gives Indiana very little time to do anything with it. He is going to take a timeout. 4th and 2, 38 seconds left there. They're going to send the field goal kicker out there. They've got a pretty good one. Just didn't know if they were going to go that route because they were close enough to try a long field goal, but you could also see the other side of it, and that's trying to go for it to get closer. The kicker, Carter Davis, is going to try a 50-yard field goal from the left hash mark. 7 of 12 this season from 40-plus yards. Here's the snap. The kick is high. It's up. It looks like it is. No, it bangs off the upright. No good. And the Hoosiers have held 33 seconds on the clock, and we'll see if they try to get into field goal range. Thought it was going to sneak in that right upright, but it goes wide right. And the Hurricanes get a wide right of their own in a big spot. You can hear it from South Beach clanging off the upright. Bang to the right. Never really had a chance to slide in and hit the outer edge of that upright. Sometimes you get lucky and that ball will bounce inside, but it was fading away. So 10-0 your score. Remember, the Hoosiers get the ball first in the second half. Pistol formation, play action. No, he's going to hand it off and up the middle, and Hemby's going to push his way for about a 5-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down, 25 seconds, 24 seconds on the clock. Indiana doesn't look like they're in a hurry, which is strange because they've got 2 timeouts. And you would think a timeout would be due here to try to get in field goal range, but they are letting the clock run down. 9 seconds on the clock. Fires it over the right-hand side. Ball's caught. 50-yard line. 4 seconds on the clock. And they will, they can stop the clock here. They're going to call a timeout. That was bad clock management. That's what Mario Cristobal has always been accused of in the past, but that was bad clock management by Indiana. They had 2 timeouts. They run the ball up the middle, and some guy with a lot of makeup on is getting yelled at by Signetti on the sideline. I don't know if he's got clear cell or what, but he's got that thing caked on his face. But you would have thought that they would have tried to come up, call a timeout. I mean, they easily burned 20 seconds off the clock, if not more. And so now you pretty much just have a Hail Mary. You're not getting a 67-yard field goal off in a college football game. You would still have a timeout in your pocket and a chance to get into field goal range with 1, maybe even 2 plays, but instead They're going to be at midfield. 3 seconds on the clock. They can try a Hail Mary, but sometimes that'll backfire. I don't know if Signetti even wants to try that. They are putting Jumbo on the right side. So here's the snap. Mendoza looking, fires it deep down the field, right side, and the ball is incomplete. It was picked off by one of the Miami defenders, but he was out of bounds, and that'll take us to halftime. 10-0 your score. We'll be back when the game returns. Put a little music in the background for you. 10-0. Miami trailing the Hoosiers in Indiana. 30 minutes away from a national title.
And what so far has happened is what most baseball people felt could not possibly happen, that would be impossible to happen, that anyone could come into this haven for home runs, this nightmare alley, and hold the Rockies to no hits. But that's exactly what Hideo Nomo has done through 8 innings. And now one precious strike away. Got him! Hideo Nomo has done what they said could not be done. Not in the Mile High City, not at Coors Field in Denver. He has not only shut out the Rockies, he has pitched a no-hitter, and thank goodness they saw it in Japan.
The Chicago Cubs signed Ron Santo as a catcher in 1959. Once he became a third baseman, he made an immediate impression. Santo took over third in 19...
trampoline park with my nephews, and someone's little cooter goblin there got me sick, okay? Little kids just be, hapoo, hapoo, hapoo. And everywhere they got sticky booger infested hands. I don't know how I didn't think that I was not gonna get sick, but here we are.
Let's do this. Making your bed in the morning is pointless. I'd rather listen to people speak than listen to music. Concerts are a waste of money when you can just throw a party and play the song. Vanilla ice cream is the only ice cream you should eat in Colorado is better than New York. Vacationing from one big city to another just to see the sights is pointless, and you need to go soak up some nature for once. All food is breakfast food, and breakfast food is just food. Dating apps are not dating apps, they're cheating apps. Having a wedding outside of your hometown and making people travel is selfish. Brunch is a scam. Kids know their parents more than parents know their kids. If tomatoes are a fruit, then ketchup is jelly.
I fortunately have the objective perspective of a Yankee fan, and therefore I have come to understand Boston pain in a way, but it's different. There are kinds of pain. There's Chicago Cubs pain, which is never getting there at all. Boston Red Sox pain is very special. Boston Red Sox pain means getting to the very last inch again and again and again, and then missing it by that little hair. It's 1946 when Slaughter scores from first on a single. It's 1948 when there should have been a Subway Series here in Boston, but they lost a one-game playoff to Cleveland. It's the year of the impossible dream, 1967, when they get into the seventh game of the World Series and nobody could beat Bob Gibson, not Lon Borg, on 2 days' rest. It's 1975 when, after winning the greatest game in the history of baseball on Carlton Fisk's home run in the 12th, they blow it in the seventh game of the World Series. It's 1978 when Bucky Dent, of all people, hits a home run and wins the game for my guys in a single-game playoff. And it's 1986, quintessentially, of course, when the ball goes through Mr. Buckner's legs, though one shouldn't blame him because that was the end of a lot of disasters. It just goes on and on and on, the last inch and never consummation.
Boy math is when he tells you he's 5 minutes away when actually he hasn't even left the house yet.
Okay, that time you mixed up boy math with urban math.
Dad, you have been wrong about everything.
What are you talking about?
Well, the girl I'm dating now, she admits when she's wrong, she tells me she's sorry, and she said she'll change for me.
Welcome back. 10-0 your score. Miami set to kick off to the Hoosiers. Ball at the Miami 35-yard line. Here's the kick. High end over end. Indiana will let it sail in and out of bounds, and they'll take over at their own 25-yard line. We'll be going right to left across your radio dial. Indiana scored the only touchdown of the game. A little over 6 minutes left in the second quarter. They kicked a field goal. Their second possession of the game early in the first. Shotgun formation, single back set. Mendoza hands off up the middle and nothing doing. Barely getting back to the line of the scrimmage is number 8, Kalen Black. Will be second and long. Two receivers high, one low. Single back set. H-back on the right. Shotgun. Snap. Mendoza looking, and he's going to get sacked. Miami drops him for about close to a, we'll call it close to a almost 10-yard loss. It's going to be third and forever. Coming out of the locker room, Indiana facing a long third down conversion. So 3rd and 17 from the 18-yard line, shotgun formation, man in motion. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle, looked like a face mask. I don't see a flag. It's going to be about a 4-yard gain. It'll be nope, here comes the flag. It'll be 4th down unless that flag is on Miami, which it should be. It looked like a face mask. Now, whether or not it's a 5-yard or 15-yard variety is going to be the big difference here. 5-yarder will make it 3rd and about 12. Let's see what the call is. Oh, it's a personal foul face mask. That is a huge, huge blow, and Indiana gets the first down. So 1st and 10, 13:41 on the clock. Thank you, Mr. Height. Appreciate the contribution. 1st and 10, shotgun formation, handoff up the middle, and weaving his way back to the line of scrimmage is once again number 1 for the Hoosiers, Roman Henby. So it'll be 2nd and about 10. Mendoza and company with a 10-0 lead. And here's the snap. Mendoza rolling to his left, fires it deep down the right side, and that left side, that ball's going to be knocked down. 3rd and 9 now. Good defensive play out there by number 24 of the Hurricanes, Ethan O'Connor. Just kind of reactionary, following him all over the field. Cooper looked like he was open deeper down the field, but Mendoza didn't see him. So 3rd and 9. Once again, another long 3rd down conversion being attempted by the Hoosiers. Shotgun formation, ball at the 38-yard line. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Pressure coming. Mendoza running for his life. He is sacked. And the Hurricanes will force a punt. It'll be 4th down. Bain Jr. once again on the play. He's having a very productive night. And it's going to be 4th down. So 4th and forever. And here comes the punt team. The ball's at the 31-yard line. 4th and 17. Here's the snap. The punt. High. End over end. Being fair caught at the 20. No, he's going to return it. And that is Tony. He's going to shoot up the sideline. He's going to get all the way out to the 37-yard line. Thought he was calling a fair catch, but I guess he was just moving his arms back to make the catch. No indication by the referee, so it'll be 1st and 10 Hurricanes, ball at the 37-yard line. Miami trailing by only 10. We're just getting going here in the 3rd quarter. They're going to hit the commercial break. We'll take it with them when we come back. Miami will see if they can put a dent onto the scoreboard. 10-0 your score. Hoosiers on top.
Easy sport was football. What was the hard? Baseball. That ball does some things to you. Any sport that you could fail 7 out of 10 times and become great, that's a hard sport. Right.
Down the left field line. Is it enough? Gone! There it is! 62!
Can't make a foul ball fair by moving the baseline. It's just not in the rules.
More than that, it'd mean we were lying to all your teammates, too. When a lie starts, it involves everyone. You understand.
I didn't mean it to be so bad.
Swung on, there she goes! Number 62! Move over, Big Mac, you got company!
Everybody boots one now and then.
That's right.
What am I gonna do?
There's only one thing you can do, and that's face up to what you've done.
Deep to right field! Way back! Is this the one? There's a new record holder!
Every man has the responsibility for what he's done. If what he's done's wrong, then he must undo it.
It's time for number 7. Through his first 10 big league seasons, Alex Rodriguez was considered to be a superstar shortstop. But when Alex joined the Yankees in 2004, he had to make the move to 3rd. His prowess with the bat is why he's on this list.
His skill set at the plate is pretty much unmatched in the big leagues. I mean, he hits for power, he hits for average, he drives guys in.
Since he moved to 3rd, A-Rod has led the league in slugging percentage 3 times and captured 2 MVP awards.
A walk-off home run for Alex Rodriguez.
In In his 2007 MVP year, he set records for third baseman in both home runs and RBIs.
He's done it again! Simply amazing!
And in 2009, he added to his resume with a postseason filled with clutch performances.
And a game-tying home run in the 9th inning.
Welcome back. 10-0 your score. Miami with the ball. We got the Caribbean Series coming up that begins first week of February. And then that will lay us into the Super Bowl Salute to Baseball show we're going to drop on Sunday morning. It'll be a live broadcast. And next thing you know, we'll have spring training. We're going to be doing a lot of spring training games, doubleheaders, etc. for both the Braves and other teams. And the WBC begins March 5th through the 17th, and that's going to be a roller coaster. There's going to be games on all the time. We're going to try to bring them to you. 1st and 10 for the Hurricanes. 38-yard line, drops back to pass. Beck fires it over the left side, and it's going to be about a 3-4 yard gain. It'll be 2nd down and about 6. Once again, getting that ball out there to Malachi Toney. Indiana clinging to a 10-point lead. When they've played well, you know that just one broken tackle by Malachi Toney can make this a 3-point game. 2nd and 5, 11:21 on the clock. Shotgun. Pistol set. 2 receivers high. Here's the handoff off to the right-hand side. Plenty of room to roll. And down the sideline he goes. Fletcher's going to take it all the way to the house. 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Hurricanes. Right down the sidelines in the Hoosiers. 57-yard touchdown run by Mark Fletcher Jr. Miami, 2 plays, 62 yards. And the Hoosiers now with just what's going to be a 3-point game. Nobody touched him on that play. They ran off the right tackle. He was gone to the house. The kick is up. The kick is good. And with 11:06 left here on the clock, here in the second half, in the third quarter, the Hurricanes are on the board. We'll be back in a flash. Indiana and the Heisman Trophy winner, Mendoza, get the ball when we return.
What a f***ing night. Get your keys. Get your keys. Get your keys. You got a piece of Connor.
I don't know who needs to hear it, but check it out. Tell me if I'm lying. It's nothing more sexier than a woman touching her lips together and shutting the up.
Hello, I'm Brooks Robinson. As third baseman for the Baltimore Orioles, I guess you might say I should know something about hot corners.
He sure did. For 23 seasons, Hall of Famer Brooks Robinson was the Orioles' third baseman, where almost nothing got by him.
Plug in the biggest vacuum cleaner you could find and just turn it on, because everything that was hit close to it sucked it up.
Brooks Robinson of the Orioles is such a magician with his glove that they call him Mr. Impossible.
My first year in big league camp, I saw him taking the ground balls, and it looked like they hit 100 ground balls at Brooksy. His uniform was all dirty, and I went up to him and said, "Hey, Brooksy, you got 7 gold gloves. Why are you taking all them ground balls?" And he said to me, "Son, how do you think I got those 7 gold gloves?"
Brooks went on to win an incredible 16 straight, reflecting his stature as the best defensive third baseman of all time.
Mr. Impossible grabs it for a dazzling play.
But he also won an MVP award in 1964 when he hit .317 and banged out 28 home runs. A member of 18 All-Star teams, he was someone you could count on in the clutch. And Robinson certainly did step up his game in the playoffs, helping lead the O's to the World Series 4 times, where in 1966, they won it all. In the 70 Fall Classic, he hit .429 and was the series MVP.
Join the country club today. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today. Welcome back. 10-7 your score. Miami just gets on the board with a 57-yard touchdown. Wide open run on the right side. Indiana will have to clean that up on the sidelines. .11:06 on the clock. Fletcher on the sidelines, hyping up all his teammates as he just broke off a 57-yard run. I mean, one person got one finger on him and he was to the house. Indiana was all kinds of out of place on that run. Indiana set to receive. 10-7 your score. Still a long way to go in this one. Pretty interesting stat there. The first 12 rushes, the Miami Hurricanes gained 20 yards. And they got 57 on that last one. 10 rushes for 83 yards now for Fletcher. Here's the kickoff from the Miami 35-yard line, high and deep, end over end, and it will go sailing out of the back of the end zone. And the Hoosiers will take over. At their own 25-yard line. Shotgun formation is Mendoza looking at the line. Miami in a 4-3. 2 receivers high. Here's the snap. Handoff off to the right-hand side. Hemby dancing his way up the right side, and he will break free for about a 15-yard gain, diving to the turf at about the 40-yard line. It'll be first down, Hoosiers. Good run out there on the right side. That sets up 1st and 10 at the 40. Shotgun set. 2 receivers high, 1 low. Single back. Man in motion. Here's the snap. Handoff off the middle and pushing his way for about call it a 4-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down and 6 for the Hoosiers. 10:22 on the clock and counting. College football national championship for 2026 on the line. Indiana leads by 3. Shotgun formation. Mendoza sends a man in motion. Here's the snap. Handoff off to the right-hand side and pushing his way for about a 2. Call it maybe 2.5-yard gain. Will be 3rd down and about 3 for the Hoosiers. The ball is at the 47-yard line of Indiana. Line to get is midfield, right at the 50. Let's see if this may be 4-down territory for Indiana if they get close here. Ahmed Moten Sr. just limped off the field going to the bench over there on the sideline. 6'3", 325-pounder out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. See if he can get back in the game. That would be a big loss for Miami. Shotgun formation. Mendoza fires over the right side. Ball's juggled, dropped, and dropped again. And Indiana, they're going to call it an incomplete pass. Surratt let the ball come out of his hands, popped up, Then he was hit and the ball fell to the turf, and it didn't look like he ever really had possession of the ball. Ooh, I don't know. Looking at a second look at that. So the ball pops up. It never hits the ground. He catches it and then turns, and then the ball is jarred loose. And Indiana is going to elect to punt. That is a weird decision here by Cignetti. Here's the punt. High and deep into Miami territory, and fair caught at the 11-yard line. And Miami will get the ball once again. This time they can take the lead. I think the refs might have blown the call on that one. It looked like Surratt, I'm seeing it for a third time. Looks like Surratt had the ball, and then it was punched out. He was making what they call a football move. Well, Miami will take over. We'll be back in a flash. Kings trail by 3, 10-7 your score here for the Natty.
I hate when people yawn all ignorant and loud like, go take a nap. Sit up there blowing and breathing on people like that. Go lay down somewhere with that. Citation. You don't even know how to conduct yourself right. You just breathing on my neck. You sleepy, go lay down.
Happy holidays. My mother-in-law is visiting. She has been visiting. No idea how long it's been. Lost track of time. This morning I offered her a buttered waffle, and her response was, you know what I would like is a pancake with cinnamon. And so that caused me to yell, well, we have waffles with butter. And so now I'm in the garage.
I went to the store like maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours ago probably. And you see that? They say family size. This is a family size. I'm almost embarrassed to show y'all how many cookies is left in here. You want to know why? Because it's none left in here. It's fucking empty. I ate them all in 2 hours. I have a problem.
Oh, well, if the roles were reversed, you wouldn't like that very much. Honey, I don't even care if the rolls are buttered. I'm not bothered.
Y'all, I need to hide my phone from every conversation I have. Y'all, I could be talking about a fresh roasted turkey leg, and there'll be a commercial on my Instagram the next day. Whoever listening needs to stop listening. Y'all need to get off my phone.
Before the game, he told me for the 5,000th strikeout, he was going to strike out either Ricky Henderson or Jose Canseco.
Everybody here's perched on this historic moment.
Voila, the moment we've been waiting for. And as he threw the pitch, the entire stadium went up in like one big flashbulb. Like this, of light. The ball went in at 97 and Ricky Henderson fouled it off. I don't know how he did it.
I was sitting with Bart Giamatti, Barbara and Jenna, and Laura. I'll never forget Jenna saying, Dad, it looks like there's a lot of fireflies in the stadium.
Ten to 7 your score. Miami's taken over after Indiana moved the ball a little bit, got to midfield, and on 4th and 3 decided to punt instead of go for it. The drop by Surratt, though it did look like he held on to it, and then it was punched out. The drop by Surratt costly. He was wide open. He was trying to move with the ball before he had it in his hands. Miami backed up to their own 11-yard line. It's 1st and 10. We're going left to right across your radio dial, almost the 12. Miami in a pistol set. 2 receivers high. Man in motion. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle, and nothing doing this time. It's going to be 2nd and 10. Big scrum in the middle of the field. Nobody could get the line moving one way or the other. .840 left here in the 3rd quarter. 2nd and 9. Last football game we'll call of the 2026 season. Off season, but we've got the Caribbean Series and spring training and the WBC on the way. Here's the snap. Fires it over to the left-hand side, and the ball is dropped by Tony. Malachi Tony had his hands on it. It was going to be a very difficult play as it was a low throw by Carson Beck. And Tony was starting to cut in. The ball was a little behind him, just could not hold on to it. So 3rd and 9. See how aggressive Miami's here with the shadow of the goalpost leaning over them. Shotgun formation. 2 receivers high, 1 low. Here's the snap. Cross back to pass. Fires it over the middle, and the ball is incomplete. Bobbled around. A couple of guys got their hand on it, but nobody could get a grip on it, and Indiana forces a quick 3 and out. 8:16 left here on the clock in the 3rd quarter. Still a ton of time to go. Those of y'all have never caught the Caribbean Series before, you're going to have elite baseball players from all over Major League Baseball competing in that. And the reason why it was moved to as late as it is this year into February is because of the turmoil that was going on in Venezuela. As here's the punt high, end over end, deep punt down the left side, but it'll bounce out of bounds at about the 42, 43-yard line of Indiana. That's what'll set up shop. Originally, the Caribbean Series was supposed to take place in Venezuela this year. Well, we all know what happened there. And they moved it to Mexico. And so that'll take place in the first week of February, right after Braves Fest. And you'll see a lot of big name, big leaguers out there, and we'll bring you the games, the only English-speaking channel that will carry the Caribbean Series. Here's the snap. Mendoza drops back to pass, and he is going to be sacked once again. This Indiana offensive line is getting stopped by Miami. My word. That time on the pressure, coming around and getting another sack, it was Akeem Mesidor, 6'3" defensive edge, and he took a swipe at the football. It almost came loose. Good job by Mendoza to hold on to it. It's going to be 2nd and 18 now. It's really starting to turn into an old-fashioned rock fight between these two. Shotgun formation, man in motion. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle, and not a whole lot doing. Well, he's going to squirt out a little bit there and get about a 5, 6, maybe even 7-yard gain. It'll be 3rd down. It'll still be 3rd and long, but not quite as bad as it was. Keeping his feet moving and motoring through the middle of that scrum was Kalen Black. And so it'll be 3rd, and they're going to move it back to half here. 3rd and 12. The line to gain is the 47 of Miami. Trip set up top. Single back. 1 receiver low. Miami's bringing 5. Here's the snap. Cross back to pass. Fires it over the left-hand side, and the ball is dropped. Once again, drops Surratt. Drops another one. Pretty good throw by Mendoza, and though he was covered pretty well, you got to make that catch. He's looking around wanting interference, wanting flags, but all in all, you got to make that catch. He was a little off balance when the throw came to him. That's probably why he dropped it. And there was some handcuffs there going on, but Surratt's got to start making these catches. That's 2 drops here in the second half alone. 4th and 12, 6:34 on the clock, and Indiana will punt once again. High. Deep punt. The ball's going to be caught at the 5-yard line by Moore. He's going to bring it out. He'll get dropped at the 6, 7-yard line. We'll call it the 7. It'll be 1st and 10 Miami. So they've bottled up Tony so far. Fletcher broke a big 57-yard touchdown run. And that's brought the Hurricanes within a field goal. It's 10-7. Miami trails, but they've got the ball when we return.
My money don't jiggle. However, my thighs and my belly do. So there's that.
You decided to walk to the park with the kids, something you've never done before.
I like to see where we are as a group. And I'll be honest, we had a good start, organized. Even that surprised me.
And when did you first learn their legs were tired?
You know, I'm not I'm not a good judge of distance, but I can say we still could see the house.
Parent-teacher conference go well this week?
Yeah.
Is your kid eating the glue?
Just likes to use it as chapstick, which I think is better, but...
What's the overall feeling when crossing a fairly major intersection with two young children?
Fear.
And can you elaborate on that?
Look, I'll say this. Gentle parenting is off the table in that situation.
You really went after that Gatorade when you got home.
I packed 3 water bottles not knowing that my water bottle was to be a refill for theirs.
Did we see a bit of a limp out of the car?
Yeah, my legs fell asleep. 2 sessions I sat through in a tiny chair at a tiny desk with regular chairs in the rooms.
You ever had your heart broken so hard that you just enter your grandma era? I mean, like, I've always been in mine. This shirt makes me feel like I could do a puzzle or something.
If you find yourself having a bad day today, just remember this. There is somebody from your hometown still trying to be a rapper.
In Game 6 at Shea Stadium, the 2 teams fought through the 9th, with the score tied 3-3.
NBC had the World Series in 1986. It was my job to be in the Red Sox clubhouse after the 6th game. I went down at the end of the 8th inning. The score was tied, but I knew I had to be there quickly in case the game should suddenly end. So I watched the last couple of innings from the corner of the Red Sox dugout.
Aguilera brings it in to Henderson. Swinging a long one into left field. That ball might leave the park. It's a home run, and Boston leads here in the 10th inning.
Welcome back. 10-7 your score. Indiana leading Miami, but Miami's getting the ball back. So it is deep in their own territory. And they'll be looking to try to tie or maybe go ahead. They do have to be careful down there in their own territory. We've had some drops and whatnot. We haven't had a turnover, so clean game here. The national title game. Still feels like an old-fashioned just boxing match where they're still feeling each other out. Shotgun formation, 3 receivers high, man in motion. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle. Fletcher pounds his way for about 4 yards, maybe 3. It'll be second down. Fletcher with the 57-yard touchdown run. Bring Miami within 3. No huddle here by the Hurricanes. Trip set up high. Single back. Here's the snap. Fires it over the middle. Knocked away. Good defensive play. Laying out on the play and knocking that ball away at the very last second by the Indiana Hoosiers. Man, did he have to lay out for that. That was Isaiah Jones, the linebacker. He's been in on a few plays today. So 3rd and 7, ball at the Miami 10-yard line. Hurricanes in shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Coming up the middle and fires it over the middle, and Tony's got it. He will get corralled at his own 15-yard line. He'll be a couple of yards short. It'll be 4th down. Tony gets the catch and gets held on. Who was that for the Hoosiers? That was number 4, Aiden Fisher, who lassoed him and dragged him towards the turf. And cleaning up the play was Byron Baldwin. And that kept Tony from being able to get that first down, so it'll be 4th down. They're saying 1, but it's a 4th and 2. And I can't imagine Miami would think about going for it here. Here's the snap. Running up. Oh, the ball's blocked. It's been blocked. And Indiana's on it. Touchdown, Hoosiers! Kamara with the block. Stuck his left arm out and swatted it down. And mayhem has ensued. 16-7 your score. Holy Toledo. Big play here on the second half. In a 3-point game, there are no flags on the field. And an unbelievable turn of events here for the Hoosiers. So 5:04 on the clock. Miami will be set to get the ball back here. The kick is up. The kick bangs off the upright, and it slides in somehow. And it is a 10-point lead by the Hoosiers. A bad kick. Terrible kick, considering how close they are in college football. Nico Radijic banged the left upright and was lucky that the ball slid in. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, that was Michael Kamara that blocked the kick with his left arm. He was coming off the block itself, and the Hoosiers fall on it. Trying to see who that was for the Hoosiers. And I believe, yeah, that was Isaiah Jones again. Isaiah Jones got the touchdown. So 17-7 your score. Still a ton of time back on this. And Indiana set to kick. Here's the kick. High, deep, end over end. And it'll be returned from the Miami 5-yard line. Squirting out to about the 20. Now he's going to drop at the 18-yard line. And the Hurricanes will set up shop there. With 5 minutes left in the third, so 20 minutes left in the game. If you're just joining us, Miami had pulled within 3 points and a block kick recovered in the end zone by the Hoosiers moments ago. It's 17-7 Indiana. Shotgun formation, ball at the 19-yard line of Miami. Pistol set. Here's the snap. Play action pass. Beck looking deep, drops it down low. The ball is caught by Fletcher. Fletcher pounds and bounces his way out to about the 28, 29-yard line. It'll be second down and short. I think Miami's going to come up with a no huddle. Second and 2, they'll call it. Shotgun handoff off to the right side. Fletcher, same play, and this time he's going to make his way out for about a 10-yard gain. It'll be a Miami Hurricanes first down. They have found something on that off tackle to the right side against this Indiana defense. Did look like we had a couple of holds out there, but they weren't called, and Miami might keep going to that well off and on. Shotgun formation. Beck fires to the right-hand side, and the ball is smacked out of the hands of the intended receiver. Who was that on the play this time? I believe that was That was D'Angelo Pons. He is having himself a game. He's putting together one heck of a clip to send to the NFL Combine. He is a junior, and he has had himself a good year and a heck of a national title game. He laid out the intended receiver of the Miami Hurricanes on that play. The tight end streaking down the field for the Canes, number 87, Alex Bowman. Here's the handoff off the left-hand side. The Hurricanes push it out about 3 yards. It'll be third down and 7. The ball's at the 40-yard line. We're almost in the neighborhood where they may start looking at it as 4-down territory, depending on what happens on this play. But if you get within 4th and 1, 4th and 2, I think Miami would try to go for it. So you got to think along with that. You could see a swing pass or a screen pass just to try to get a few yards here, make it manageable. 3rd and 7. Ball at the 40-yard line. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Looking all day. Running off to the right. Beck running for his life. He's got guys pursuing him and fires into the middle of the field. The ball's caught. The ball's caught down the 35-yard line, and that's a Miami Hurricane first down. Beck bought all kinds of time with his feet. C.J. Daniels with the catch. He's had a couple of big catches in this game. You give a receiver that long to get open, it's usually going to spell trouble. So, 1st and 10, ball at the 35-yard line of Indiana. Miami with 3 receivers low, 1 high, man in motion. Fires it over to the left-hand side. The ball is caught, and I believe his knee went down. So that'll be about a 5-yard gain maybe. He had an opening there on the side. No, we're going to call it a 2-yard gain. He slipped early in that route. Kind of a wide throw. And the receiver, Joshua Moore, when he stretched out to get the ball, his knee banged the ground. They had open field galore over there. It was a bubble screen, and there weren't too many red shirts over there. So 2nd and 9, shotgun. Malachi Tony in motion. 2 receivers high, 1 low. Here's the snap. Flips it out to Tony. He's going to grab the ball, and he's going to race all the way towards the end zone. Gets pushed out of bounds at the 10-yard line. It'll be first down for the Canes. 1:25 on the clock. Miami looking to answer. Indiana. An absolute disaster of a franchise, of a program just 2 years ago. Signetti has turned them into what could be a national champion. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle. Fletcher pushes his way down to the Indiana, we'll call it 9-yard line. It'll be 2nd down. Line to get is the 2 for a first down. So 2nd and 7. .28 seconds left on the game clock, 21 on the play clock, so Miami will have to run a play before the 4th quarter. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle, and Fletcher pounds his way down to the 3-yard line. It's going to be 3rd and 1 at the 3 as the clock winds down and hits 00. We'll head to the 4th quarter. Indiana leading by 10. 15 minutes away from a national championship. Miami or Indiana? We'll find out when we return here in South Beach.
And if I tell you I'm going to call you right back and I never do, won't they do? Won't they mother do?
When did I realize I was an old person? Probably when I stopped worrying about going to bed too late and started worrying if it was late enough to go to bed.
I'm done with football, dude. I don't want it. I don't need it. I'm shutting it down for the remainder of the season. Everyone's like, you can't shut down freaking watching football. I've said it now. Other teams announce it for their players. Announcing it for myself as a fan. I'm not watching any more football. This crap has brought me no joy. I was happy before I found football. I was 6, living my life, dude. Had toys, and then all of a sudden, this sport is introduced to me, and now it has to affect like the entire rest of my life.
A damn easy bake oven, $190. I just get my niece a air fryer.
He really thought he was going to go to Arlington and play one more year. And we would talk, in the offseason, and he'd say, Reese, I need to keep playing. I have to keep playing. He was enjoying it, and he was competitive. He was actually dominant.
Payoff pitch. Got him swinging. Strikeout number 12 for Nolan Ryan, and he has not thrown a no-hitter since September the 26th, 1981.
I don't think that you can retire when you're pitching no-hitters.
The 2-0 pitch. Fly ball, right field. Ruben Sierra in foul territory. Number 6 for Nolan Ryan. When we signed Nolan, we never anticipated that these things were going to happen. Nolan's 6th no-hitter, 5,000 strikeouts, 300 wins. So as that unfolded, it just built the legend up more and more.
But you're not 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
It's happy hour.
When wins become losses and losses become wins.
You guys going to happy hour? Yeah? Yeah, I'll come for a couple. Just a couple, though. Not like last time.
When buying a beer, don't make this mistake. Buying only one beer can cause a misalignment in your spine due to the uneven weight distribution. This can cause unnecessary back pain and potential spine issues. To prevent this, carry 2 beers, ensuring your body is balanced and proper health maintained.
Okay.
Afternoon, everybody.
Put my pants on, one leg at a time.
Guess what? I got a fever, and the only prescription is not...
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News.
You're in Braves country.
Pregame. Salute.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to. Pretty soon we're going to become this country.
Welcome back.
I mean, the Lord. You gotta understand.
3rd and 1 at the 3-yard line. And here's the snap. Handoff up the middle, and Fletcher's going to walk into the end zone untouched. And it's a Miami Hurricane touchdown. 17-13 your score. Counter halfback dive. And the misdirection caught Indiana off guard. 14:57 on the clock, and we got ourselves a field goal game. 5:07 on that drive, 10 plays. They went right down through the Indiana defense. And a big-time answer after getting the punt blocked for a touchdown. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is good. And with 14:57 on the clock, 17-14, Indiana has the lead. They'll get the ball on the kickoff. We're locked up in a tight one. Next break we do, we'll go back to that, the 8-ball celebration. We typically, for those of y'all who may not have caught us on baseball games, we play that going into the 8th inning, but the third, end of the 3rd going into the 4th fits as well. $10-0 at the half. We've now seen Miami outscore Indiana. 14-0 on offense, Indiana with the block punt with the special teams. So Indiana's offense, they want to win a national championship. They're going to have to do something offensively. They haven't done a whole lot. And a lot of it has been unforced errors, drop balls, missed assignments. Here's the kickoff, high end over end. That'll sail in and out of the back of the end zone. And Indiana will take over on their own 25-yard line, 14:57 to go. $14:57 on the clock. Mendoza and company. Shotgun formation, ball at the 25-yard line. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle, and taking the rock for about 2 yards. Would be 2nd and 8 for the Hoosiers. Really haven't had that explosive offensive output that you saw against saw Indiana put out against Alabama. Second and 8, 14:28 on the clock. Shotgun formation. Here's the handoff up the middle and squirting out past free. Down past the 35, 36, down to the 37-yard line, and it's an Indiana first down. Good run up the middle by Kalen Black. The ball's out to the 40-yard line now. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Play action. Fires it over the right side. Almost picked off by the Canes, and he would have taken that all the way to the house. Out there on the right side, jumping the route for Miami. Oh, man, was that close. Ethan O'Connor, he's had a couple of big plays tonight. So here we go, 2nd and 10. Shotgun formation, trip set. Here's the snap. Fires it over the left side, bubble screen. And up the sideline and past the first down marker, going down to the Miami 41-yard line. It's an Indiana first down. Good pitch and catch out there. I think Indiana was wanting a late hit, but it did look like he was still in bounds. He was heading towards the out of bounds. 1st and 10 for the Hoosiers into Miami Hurricane territory. Ball placed at the 42-yard line. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Play action. Dips in, avoids the pressure, and he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe a yard gain. It'll be 2nd down and 9 for Mendoza and the Hoosiers. We'd like to at least to get into field goal range. Indiana leads at 17-14. Still 12:23 on the clock. Indiana set up in the shotgun pistol set. Here's the handoff up the middle and squirting his way down to the 37-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and about 6 yards, maybe 5 yards to go. Again, this would be a long field goal attempt, so this may be 4-down territory. .11:37 on the clock. Shotgun formation, 3rd and 5. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass, looking, fires deep down the right side, and he had his man open, and he could not find him. The receiver broke loose and was looking the wrong direction. It'll be 4th and 5. Breaking all the way down the seam was Omar Cooper Jr., and by the time he turned up, he should have been cutting in by the time he turned. Oh, there was a hold on that they did not call. That had a lot to do with it, but any way you look at it, it's 4th and 5 Indiana. They're trying to get to the 1st down marker. A little too far for a field goal. It looks like Indiana wants to call a timeout and talk it over. They lead by 3. 4th and 5, 11:28 on the clock. We'll be back in a flash. Indiana uses their first timeout. We got a 3-point game here in South Beach.
Who in the world is sleeping with a fan in the middle of December with it snowing? Well, me.
This is why nobody takes you climate change people seriously. Because in 2030, they're planning on having this massive global climate change summit in Brazil. However, they discovered that to be able to get from the airport to the location of the summit, roads aren't very good. Their solution: to bulldoze tens of thousands of acres of the Amazon rainforest to build a road. A massive 4-lane highway that starts at a private airport that only millionaires and billionaires have access to and ends at the location of the summit. This is a road strictly for billionaires and millionaires to get to the summit. In order to fight climate change, they are bulldozing tens of thousands of acres of an actual rainforest to get from their private airport to the location of the summit. This isn't about climate change. This is about rich people finding ways to extract more money from the government, and they don't care how much of the environment they have to destroy to do it.
I've officially reached the point in my life where every night at 11:30, I realize it's only 7 o'clock.
The bright lights on Noli were somehow getting even brighter. This was a whole new generation of hitters he was facing. New superstars who wanted to take the old legend head on.
Bo Jackson's at-bats were epic. I remember people running out of the clubhouse to see Nolan and Bo.
Two bighorn sheep bucking heads right there.
He hits it well. It could be.
He hit one of the longest home runs that I've ever seen. And that's not even the event that people remember most between Bo Jackson and Nolan.
The next 20, 25 years, you cannot go to a sports bar in America, Canada, Mexico, been to all of them, and that picture wasn't up there.
Braves Country Radio, the classic call, radio baseball. Welcome back. 17-14 your score. Indiana with the lead, but it's 4th and 5 for the Hoosiers. They're just outside of field goal range. Indiana calling a timeout. See if that comes back to bite them. Mendoza and company going back out to the field after the timeout. 4th and 5, 11:28 on the clock. Miami with all 3 of their timeouts left. Indiana now with just 2. Hoosiers going to the line. Mendoza in the shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Looking, he's going to go for it deep. And the ball is caught down the right sideline. What a catch. A pretty good throw, but a heck of a catch. And what a gutsy call by the Hoosiers. 1st and 10 at their own, at the Miami 18-yard line. Caught the ball. His wallet hit the inbound marker and then dragged across the field as he made sure to keep the ball off the ground. What a catch. 1st and 10 for the Hoosiers inside the red zone. We'll call it the 18-yard line. Shotgun set. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle and pushing and prodding his way for about a 4 or 5 yard gain. It'll be 2nd down for Indiana. 10:40 on the clock. 4th quarter. National title game 2026. Mendoza coming up to the line, shotgun formation, moves back, sends a man in motion. Here's the snap, handoff, up the middle, pushing his way for about, we'll call it a 3 yard gain. It'll be 3rd down, and about closer to 3 than it is 2. If they don't get the 1st down here, they could kick the field goal to go up by 6. But if it's really close, you got to be tempted to go for it on 4th down to make this a 2-score lead. They pushed it back. They didn't give him quite the effort that it looked like. They pushed that ball back. It's 3rd and 5. Actually, 3rd and 4. Here's the snap, drops back to pass, fires it over the middle, and high and out of the nowhere near his intended receiver. It'll be 4th down. I got to figure Cignetti's going to kick the field goal here. Is he going to go for it? I mean, he has been wildly off on these passes. That's the 4th one that he has thrown well over the intended receiver. Took them a while to look at it, but they are going to go ahead. They're going to waste another timeout. Man, for a team that's been lauded for being very organized and not having a lot of mistakes, they've been missing passes all day long. They've dropped a lot of passes, and this is the 2nd timeout they have burned, and this one for no apparent reason, as it's going to be 4th down. Set to kick a field goal. Why was he not prepared to get his field goal team out there on the field? Maybe this moment's just a little too big for Cignetti. (17-14) your score. I guess he's going to try to go for it. He's sending Mendoza out there. Man, this is gutsy call. If he doesn't get it, Miami would have the ball deep in their own territory, but they'd only trail by a field goal. Mendoza's starting to jog. This is pure chaos. It's like they don't know what they're doing. Okay, now finally they started to jog back, jog forth, jog back. Now Mendoza and company. 18 seconds on the play clock, and they're going for it from the 13 of Miami. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Looks back, and he's going to take off running, and he is going to dive ahead for an Indiana touchdown. He's into the end zone. He helicopters into the end zone. Touchdown, Hoosiers. Holy Toledo. The Heisman Trophy winner, Fernando Mendoza, 12-yard touchdown run. It was a keeper. It was a quarterback draw, and he had to knife his way through a couple of Miami defenders. He got the first down, and then he went for it, diving into the end zone, pay dirt, and then was smacked in the shoulders as he hit the end zone, and Mendoza and the Hoosiers have taken a 9-point lead. The kick is up. The kick is good to make it a 10-point lead. So just like that, that might be the play of the game if Indiana can hold on here, but we've got a long way to go. 9 minutes left in this ball game, and Miami's getting the ball back, only trailing by 2 scores. It's 24-14. We'll be back in a flash here on the BCR.
This story is crazy. The mom from the movie Little Big League. Her name is Ashley Crow, also known as Ginny Haywood in the movie. Well, almost 30 years later, Ashley Crow is now the real-life mother to a Major League Baseball player. The Cubs' #1 prospect, Pete Crow Armstrong, was called up to the big leagues and is set to make his big league debut. And his mom, Ashley Crow, is now a mom to an actual big leaguer. Pretty cool.
Where the hell have you been, soldier? Training, sir! Training, sir! What kind of training, son? Army training, sir!
Number 5. As far as the best pure hitter that I ever covered, hands down, it was him.
Boggs drilled it right to the vacated spot.
He could do anything with a bat at any time.
I'm not so sure that man couldn't get a hit if they turned the lights out in here.
He could place a ball like he had a pool cue in his hand.
Watch him go with the pitch. He was going that way all along.
Facing Wade Boggs, you just pretty much try and throw the ball down the middle with some movement. Hopefully he hits it at somebody. Just an amazing talent.
With 5 batting titles to his name, no third baseman has a higher lifetime batting average than Wade's .328.
He would run his sprints before the game at the same time. He ate chicken every day at the same time, and his swing was the same every day.
He's the first player since 1900 to have 7 straight 200-hit seasons.
He seldom ever
wasted an at-bat. He would work the pitching count, he would work the pitcher.
If he didn't like the pitch he was getting, he could literally foul off ball after ball after ball after ball.
After Boggs joined the Yankees later in his career, he captured 2 Gold Glove awards.
Outstanding play by Wade Boggs.
And in his 15th big league season, he won his first championship. When he moved on to Tampa, Wade made baseball history.
3,000 base hits for Wade Boggs, and he hits a home run to do it.
Welcome back. 24-14 your score. Miami set to get the ball. You're just joining us, Heisman Trophy winner Fernando Mendoza. Just ran in from 12 yards out on 4th and 5. It was a quarterback keeper, a quarterback draw. They had it set up with the block from the up back. I believe that was Kalen Black. And he stepped in to the left side of the line, then danced to the right, and pretty much did the rest on his own. Once Mendoza got into the right side, he had just cleared the first down marker and then went diving into the end zone, getting smacked along the way as he entered pay dirt. He held on to the ball. The Hoosiers have a 10-point lead. Here's the kickoff, high and deep, end over end. Ball caught at the 3-yard line, and here's the return. And off to the left-hand side, the Hurricanes will have the ball out there to the – there's a couple of flags on the play. See what we got here. One of the referees is motioning a hold, but where it came in from, it almost looked like it was a face mask. Let's wait for the umpires to clean it up. It's going to be a holding on Indiana. I guess that's the only call. There was a second late flag that came in. And typically back there in the back judge, he's calling a face mask, and maybe that got cleaned up by the line judge. And Indiana leads it by 10. A little over 9 minutes away from a possible national championship. They are partying in Bloomington, Indiana right now. They just showed a shot of Assembly Hall in Bloomington, Indiana, where the Hoosiers play their basketball games, and that place is packed. They're showing the game on the big screen there. So Miami's got the ball. They'll get it at the 9-yard line, 1st and 10. Pistol formation for the Hurricanes. Beck with the tall task, 9:11 on the clock. Here's the snap. Play action pass. Looking. Trips it over to the middle of the field. The ball's caught by Tony. Tony takes off, and he will dive ahead. Just 1 yard short of the first down mark. It'll be 2nd down and 1. 2nd and 1, ball at the 19-yard line. Here's the handoff up the middle, and Fletcher will push ahead for about a 2-yard gain, and he's getting the first down, but you got to move that ball a little quicker if you're Miami. You were by no means just trying to cover the spread. You're trying to get into that end zone and get there quickly to force. Remember, Miami's got all 3 timeouts. If they can get a score, any kind of a score, will force Indiana to make some first downs. Shotgun formation, ball at the 20-yard line. Tony goes in motion. Here's the snap. Looks over to the right, fakes it. Looking. He's got all day and throws it deep down the left side, and it's incomplete over the intended receiver. Looked like that was Marion this time. It'll be 2nd down and long, 2nd and 10. Keelan Marion. Indiana back to rushing just 3 defenders. 3 linemen, excuse me. 8:03 on the clock. 2nd and 10. Ball at the Miami 20-yard line. Miami takes the snap, drops back to pass. Looking, goes deep down the field, left side, and ball is caught by the Hurricanes. No, they're going to say the ball hit the turf. Wow, that looked like that was a complete pass. What a pretty throw by Beck down the sideline. And he went for, that was Marion again. Keelan Marion had his man beat, and we're showing the play from behind. Here's a much better look at it as the ball, it falls out of Marion's hands just as he's hitting the turf, and it'll be incomplete. You could make an argument that the Marion was mugged with the ball in the air, but they're letting them play. 3rd and 10, ball at the 20-yard line. Shotgun formation, 3 receivers high, 1 low, single back set, and here comes the flags in. I think that'll be a false start on the Hurricanes. This has got to be 4 down territory for the Canes. Can't imagine that even with 8 minutes, almost 8 minutes left, even if these are a couple of quick plays, there's just no way that you can expect to get the ball back 2 more times. So it's 3rd and 15. Look at that more of like a 2nd and 15. I think this is 2 down territory. You would be hard-pressed to get that ball back twice. Shotgun formation, ball at the 15-yard line. Here's the snap. Beck dropping back to pass. Fires it down the middle. The ball's caught. That's a Miami first down. Ball out to the 38-yard line. .7:42 on the clock and counting. Here's the snap, drops back to pass, fires it over the middle. Ball's caught, and Tony's on the run. He goes up the middle, and he will take it all the way down inside, deep into Indiana territory. Malachi Tony with the pitch and catch. He finally gets to display that speed. Shotgun formation. 2 receivers high, 2 low. Single back set. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Looking all day. Fires it over the middle. The ball is tipped and falls to the ground harmlessly. It'll be 2nd and 10. Dangerous play there. Flipped it over the middle of the field, and it hit Fletcher in the hand. It was a little behind his intended receiver, Fletcher. And he's lucky to get that one back. There were 3 Indiana defenders standing around that ball. .6:44 on the clock. Miami trails by 10. Here's the snap. Handoff to Tony around the right side. He's going to make it all the way through, dancing and diving his way. Touchdown, Hurricanes! Canes go up and down the field quickly. 22-yard touchdown run by Malachi Tony. It was a handoff, but it was more of like a jet sweep. In 8 plays, 91 yards, 2 minutes, 41 seconds. And we got ourselves a brand new ball game. It's 24-20. Indiana has had much more difficulty moving the ball against Miami than Miami has against Indiana in this half. They'll get the ball back. 6:37 on the clock. 24-21 as the kick is up. The kick is good. Malachi Tony finally made his mark on this game. The freshman scoots into the end zone. We've got a 3-point game. The ball's in Indiana's court when we return.
Well, I named my dog 5 miles. So everybody at work said, "Ugh, what'd you do yesterday?" I said, "I walked 5 miles.
Doesn't anybody else that's from Appalachia thinks it's insanely cool that a lot of our ancestors are from Ireland? I have some from Ireland. And the Appalachian Mountains used to be a part of Ireland when Pangea still existed and the continents were one big continent and then they split. And like this mountain range is technically the same mountain range that's in Ireland. And then our ancestors came over here and they just was like, yes, this reminds me of home. Isn't that cool?
Okay, now, we're gonna need a business manager to help us avoid paying taxes.
Taxes?
A tax is a terrible, hairy, liberal monster with big teeth. And the only thing that can stop the terrible tax monster is a Republican. Who wants to be a Republican?
With Wood leading the charge, the 1912 Sox appeared unstoppable, much to the surprise of the baseball world.
No one realized how good a team this was going to be.
They won 105 games in 1912 and brought the World Series to Fenway in its inaugural season. The presence of the Fall Classic at the ballpark also led to some wild moments, for Fenway simply wasn't large enough to hold the hordes of fans eager to see the championship game.
The next to last game was delayed by well over a half an hour because the Royal Rooters were parading and protesting over the sale of their traditional seats to other customers.
Still, even the disgruntled Royal Rooters were among the most overjoyed to see a championship flag hoisted over Fenway to celebrate the 1912 season.
You call me anything you want, but don't call me that.
24-21 your score. Indiana set to receive the ball with a 3-point lead. Just over 6 minutes left in this one before we crown a national champion. Miami just went the length of the field in 8 plays, just over 2.5 minutes, to make this a 3-point game after giving up a touchdown. And Indiana, I'd say the majority of the people just did not believe in them all year long. They came in here as a pretty sizable favorite tonight. Now they're trying to cling to this lead. They can find a way to punch it in the end zone. It'd be hard to come back on that, but Miami's looking to make that stop. Here's the kickoff, high and deep. End over end, in and out of the back of the end zone. Once again, Indiana will set up shop at their own 25-yard line. 6:37 on the clock. We're going left to right across your radio dial. First and 10. 6:37 on the clock, and here we go. Ball at the 25-yard line. Mendoza, shotgun set, handoff up the middle, and pushing his way for about a 3-yard gain. The Indiana Hoosiers and Roman Hemby. As Indiana goes to the ground game. See a list of the schedule scrolling across the bottom line. Deb, I see you asking about the upcoming schedule. We do have a broadcast Friday night at 6 p.m. Braves Country Theater. We're going to take an old baseball game and revisit it. But as far as live broadcast, the next one will be the Caribbean Series. And then after that, spring training baseball in the WBC. 2nd and 7. Here's the snap, handoff to the right-hand side. Maybe once again, it's diving across. You get about 2 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 5. So, big play here coming for the Hoosiers on 3rd and 5. I don't know if you can really trust your defense if you're Indiana. They've given up big chunks of yards here in the second half. They might just be wearing down. So if you're Indiana, is this 2-down territory? You wouldn't think it would be. It's a 3-point lead, but it would be tempting. 3rd and 5. Ball at the 30-yard line. Here's the snap. Mendoza looks out, fires it over to the left side. Ball's caught, and it's going to be an Indiana first down. Out there on the edge was Omar Hooper Jr. Catches the ball out there in the flat. And he'll move the sticks. There's a late hit there out of bounds that they did not call. It did look like the Miami defender tried to pull up at the last second. So fair enough. You don't really want a championship decided on something like that. So 1st and 10. Ball at the 45-yard line of Indiana. Shotgun formation, man in motion. Here's the handoff up the middle and bouncing his way to about the 50-yard line. This time, they hand the ball off to Kalen Black, 5'10", 211-pound senior out of Virginia Beach, and it'll be 2nd down and 5. Now the clock becomes a huge factor at 4:11 and counting. Miami does have all 3 of their timeouts. Indiana would at least like to get in field goal range and force Miami to score a touchdown to beat them. 3:54 on the clock as Mendoza gets ready for the snap. Here it is. Handoff up the middle. Going to be a drop for about a 2-yard loss. It'll be 3rd down and 7. A little predictability from this Indiana offense on this drive. 4 runs up the middle, and that 4th one they were dropped and stopped. So Signetti might be playing a little tight here because we got 3rd and 7, 3:17 to go. Mendoza comes up to the line to call an audible. 4 seconds on the play clock, shotgun formation. Here's the snap, drops back to pass, looking, fires down the right-hand side, and the ball is that caught? Is that caught? That's an Indiana first down. Deep down the right side. What a catch. I have to take another look at that, I believe. It might have even been bobbled coming to the ground, but the catch out there made by Charlie Becker, the sophomore out of Nashville, Tennessee. No, he held on to it the whole time. Slammed to the ground. Man, his tailbone's going to be sore tomorrow morning, but if he's got himself a national championship, he's not going to care. Here we go, 2:26 on the clock. Pistol set, ball at the 33-yard line. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle once again, this time off to the right-hand side, breaking his way, and stiff arm down to the 18-yard line, very close to another first down. See if they give it to him. If not, it is like 2nd and an inch. I mean, he was right there at the pylon. At the yard marker, excuse me. I think he got across it. I think he definitely got the first down. The referee was marking him out a hedge just short of it, but they finally gave him the nod, and he got a good yard in front of that. So 1st and 10, and that's going to be the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes to crown a champion here in South Beach. Miami trails by 3. Indiana's got the ball, but the Canes have all 3 of their timeouts, and I'm sure they'll start using them when we return.
I think the sexiest thing a person can be is not mysterious. You mean you're gonna hide a part of you so that they like you? Are you out of your mind? Live your life, spread eagle. Live your life like me. I'm about to. I live my life like I'm getting strip searched. I'm like, I'm hiding nothing.
What the f*** is that? That's not the f***ing Irish flag. That is the Ivory Coast flag. People died for this f***ing flag, and they didn't use their dying breath to say, by the way, I don't mind what way around you put the colours on the flag, it's just an idea. The Irish flag isn't a vibe. It's not a Neapolitan ice cream. Here's another sort of similar flag. Why don't we just use this one? No, this flag represents pure evil. Frenchness. Respect the flag. You've ruined Ireland's day.
I'm gonna let y'all know right now. I got 5 screws, 3 missing, and the other 2 is loose as a. Do not play with me.
Apparently it's National Coming Out Day, so I wanted to take this opportunity to encourage some of you to go back into the closet. Not everyone, just you weird ones who are ruining it for the rest of us. If you think Drag Queen Story Hour is a good idea, back in the closet. If you think transitioning minors is okay, back in the closet. And especially you guys who act out all your weird stuff in public, get back in the closet.
It's amazing how you keep telling a story, how it grows and grows and grows. Well, I think anytime you put Bo Jackson and Nolan Ryan in the same sentence, it's got a chance to.
He hits a little topper, and the ball got lost in the raindrops.
Ball split his lip open. He finished that inning somehow, in between innings. He went into the clubhouse. Dr. Mikowski stitched him up, went back out, and finished the game.
You think he was intimidating before? Try facing him with his Ranger uniform just covered with blood. Now that's intimidating.
Yeah, I don't think this shirt really fits. I'm still gonna wear it though.
Welcome back. 24-21. You can't get any closer than this than a national title game. 3-point lead for Indiana. They have the ball. There's 2 minutes left. And they're in Miami territory. Just crossed into the red zone, but Miami does have all three of their timeouts. So if they can force a field goal attempt here, they would get the ball back. About a minute and a half left, trailing by a touchdown. Unless, of course, they force a turnover. Indiana looking to try to score here and put the game out of reach. One of your better national title games we've seen so far in quite some time, especially in the playoff era. 1st and 10. Will Indiana play it close to the vest, or will they get aggressive and try to throw the dagger in there? Ball, they pushed it back to the 23-yard line. I thought he had crossed over. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle, and running his way up for about a 9, maybe even a 10-yard gain. They're going to call it a 9-yard gain. It's going to be 2nd down and 1. Miami is going to use their timeout. I believe they've stopped the clock. I assume that's what it is. They haven't put it. It is Miami's first timeout. 1:54 on the clock. And here's thinking outside the box. If you're Miami, I know this sounds crazy, but if Indiana gets this first down, do you just let Indiana score and hope that you could score and get an onside kick? Because any other way, Indiana's going to be able to eat that clock all the way down. I don't think you're going to get anything else off. And Indiana's still going to be trying to get that first down here, but if they get a first down after this play, Indiana will probably instruct their players to take a knee if they get it and don't let themselves score. So if you're Miami, I would seriously think about what they used to call the alligator defense here in Florida. Famously done against Miami, the Florida Gators in the early 1970s, their entire defense laid down so that Miami would score and Florida would get the ball back, because the Florida quarterback, Dan Reeves, was trying to break the single season school record for passing. Here's the 2nd and 1, shotgun formation, tight formation, handoff up the middle, and there's a lot of flags out. And Indiana, once again, shooting themselves in the foot. We'll see what this is about. They did put a second back on the clock, couple seconds back on the clock. They're showing 1:56 and not 1:54. And it's going to be a false start on Indiana. And so now it's 2nd and 6. That really changes the complexion of the game. Indiana with another mental mistake. The ball's pushed back to the 19 now. 2nd and 6, shotgun formation, handoff up the middle. Pushing his way for about maybe a 1-yard gain. It'll be 3rd and 5. 3rd and 5, and Miami uses the second of the 3 timeouts. Indiana has only had 3 penalties, but strangely enough, all 3 of their penalties have been really costly. And that last one, that false start, could cost them everything. They were a yard away from forcing Miami to decide whether they just let them score or... Now Indiana 3rd and 5. You wonder if you'll see another keeper by Mendoza. 3rd and 5, pistol set. 2 receivers high, 1 low. Here's the snap, handoff off the left-hand side and running off the left side, and he's going to be stopped. And Miami has stopped Indiana with their predictable 3 runs up the gut, and it's going to be 4th down. Still a minute 47 left. Ton of time left on the clock. And Cignetti has had the Indiana Hoosiers playing not to lose instead of trying to win. You have a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback out there, and you continue to just hand the ball off and not let him try to do anything with his feet or his arm. So Indiana will set it for a field goal, and if they hit it, it'll be a 6-point game. Because it's 4th and 4. I can't imagine they're going for it. No, they're sending out the field goal unit. I just think if I'm Cignetti, I would have liked to have taken my chances with Mendoza on an RPO or maybe a rollout where he has the option to throw or run. 35-yard field goal attempt. 4th and 4. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is good. And Indiana has just a 6-point lead. There's a minute 42 left, which is a ton of time in college football. And we'll see if the Indiana defense can stand up. They have been pushed all around this stadium here in the second half. They're going to be trying to get the ball into the hands of Malachi Toney for sure. We'll be back in a flash. Canes get the ball, the chance to win it all.
Whenever I'm having a bad day, I like to remind myself that during the Obama administration, Al Roker himself at the White House, threw his drawers away in a trash can. Somebody found him, and it was on the news for weeks. If he can make it to the next day, so can I.
I'm a little bored right now, so I decided to just read off a few random facts about Neptune. First off, it's very blue. Neptune is so blue because of all the methane gas in its atmosphere. It's also known as an ice giant, a gassy ice giant. When it farts, it causes an avalanche. I just made that up. Neptune has the fastest winds in our solar system. The winds can reach as high as 12,000 miles per hour. I already don't like...
Here we go. Kickoff high and deep. Down and out of the end zone for the Miami Hurricanes, and they'll get the ball at the 25-yard line, 1st and 10. First and 10, Miami trails by 6. Still a ton of time left on the clock. .142 on the clock. Shotgun formation. 3 seconds down on the play clock. 2, 1. Is he going to get a... I mean, it's gone down to 0. Something's wrong. They're getting a delay of game, or was there something wrong? There is a flag out on the field. That's a strange time to get a delay of game. And Cristobal is ticked off. He's about to sling his headset. He better watch out. If he gets a 15-yarder, he's going to back his kids up even further. It'll be 1st and 15. I mean, in the land of college football, that's not the end of the world, but you don't want to start out that way. 1st and 15, 1:42 on the clock. No timeouts left for the Canes. 1 left for Indiana. Shotgun formation, ball at the 20. Line to gain is the 35. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Looking. And he's going to throw it up for grabs. He's going to fall to the turf. And I believe that is a forward pass, incomplete pass. It'll be 2nd and 15. A couple of Hoosiers and one of the Canes tried to dive on the ball on the field, but he definitely shoveled that forward. Of course, when you turn around, you see the ball out, kind of fluttering out there. You never know as a defender, so you just go diving at the ball. So 1:36 on the clock, 2nd and 15. Ball at the 20 of Miami. Canes going right to left across your radio dial. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Looking. Fires it over the right-hand side. And behind the receiver. And the Hoosiers are beside themselves. There were 2 defenders over there closer to the ball than Miami's receiver, but they're going to get a 15-yard roughing the passer penalty as Beck is slow to get up. I don't know about that. That's a little ticky-tack, but that's college football in 2026. So they're going to give a 15-yard penalty, which resets the whole thing for Miami. They now get a first down at the 35-yard line, the original line to gain. And there's still a minute 32 on the clock. So shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Miami drops back to pass. Beck looking, dumps it over the middle. Ball's caught, and that'll get through for a Miami first down. 1st and 10, moving the chains as the clock stops momentarily. 1st and 10 at the 46-yard line of Miami. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Beck looking. Fires over the left-hand side, and the ball is caught, but he's in bounds. Falls to the turf with Malachi Toney. About a 5-6 yard gain, maybe at the most 7, but it'll be 2nd and 3, and the clock is ticking. Down to a minute now. Here's the snap. Fires over the right-hand side. Ball is caught and in bounds once again. Did get a first down, so they'll momentarily stop the clock, but that ball gets down to the Indiana 40-yard line. 52 seconds to go. 41-yard line, 1st and 10. And time is being called on the field by the referees. See what this is about. Maybe that was Indiana calling a timeout. So I don't know about that, because you let Miami kind of get their feet up from under them. Remember, Miami was out of timeouts. They get to go over and talk over on the sidelines now what they want to do on this play. So 51 seconds left. No timeouts. The ball at the 41-yard line. Cignetti has made some really strange decisions. And his kids might end up getting that national title anyways, but if they lose, you can point to a lot of these decisions that he has made, including playing close to the vest. He had a chance to knock Miami out. In college football, I just think it's really hard to lean on your defense, because defense just isn't the name of the game in college football. 1st and 10. 51 seconds left. Shotgun formation. Miami 2 receivers high. Here's Beck dropping back to pass. Fires down the left-hand sideline and intercepted by the Indiana Hoosiers. They'll sit down at the 5-yard line, and that's going to do it. That's going to do it. Carson Beck throws another interception. He had played a pretty clean game in this game. If you were with us in the previous broadcast of the Canes, there were a couple of passes out there that he threw that could have cost Miami dearly. Interception by the Hoosiers. There's going to flag on the field, but that's going to be unsportsmanlike. And the Hoosiers take a couple of knees. Unsportsmanlike conduct is the call. So it'll be half the distance to the goal line, but that shouldn't matter as long as they can hold on to the snap. Double coverage down the left side. He threw into it. He actually threw the ball behind his intended receiver, Marion. He's going to Marion once again. This would be the first national title for the Indiana Hoosiers in their best season since 1947. Here's the snap, taking a knee down to the 1-yard line. And there is about a 1 second difference on the play clock. $22 seconds on the play. About 2 second difference. And all Mendoza has to do is take the snap, take a quick knee right behind the line. But Miami's going to be pushing that line. He is right there on that line. And here's the snap. They go diving over the top. And Indiana will hold on to the ball, hold on to the lead, and hold on to their first national championship. They dump Gatorade. You had that bet blue Gatorade on to Signetti, and he hits the middle of the field with the 27-21 win. Hard-fought win. Miami, nothing to hang their head about. That was an impressive ball game on both sides. Beck just had the late interception. And Indiana will bring the third consecutive national championship home for the Big Ten. 27-21 your score. We're going to give a game ball away. I think we have to give it, honestly, wasn't a great game by Mendoza. And though he didn't have a ton of yards, a defensive battle like this, I'm going to go ahead and give it to Riley Nowakowski. He had the touchdown run. But on top of that, he had a couple of big receptions. He kept the sticks moving. This is an all-in-all team effort. What about the block kick? What about that block kick by Kamara that really turned the tide? We're going to go ahead and get out of your hair. Great night in South Beach for the Indiana Hoosiers. Get their first ever football national championship. And the Canes will go back to the drawing board. We'll see you next season, college football fans, baseball fans. We'll see you Friday night, Braves Country Theater.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
It's closing time, y'all. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Have a great one. On your way out, please like and subscribe. And don't forget to tip your favorite bartender. We'll see you. I'm Mac McGee, signing off for Braves Country Radio.